Okay. Welcome, everybody.
Discovery.
We got Starship Flight 11 on the books today. Let's do this. How's everybody doing? Everybody doing well? Hey, Sneaky, 86-month resub. Hey, thank you to everybody that subscribed a little bit earlier when I was doing the NSF Stakeout stream. I appreciate you guys. Thank you. Thank you. Actually, speaking of that, everybody got their beverages ready. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we're ready. All right. How's the weather? Weather's 80% go right now. Here. Is this the first Starship launch with Kennard? Kennard, my new computer. I think so. Yeah. Yeah, here, check it out. We got some shots. Oh. Hey. Booster 15-2 and ship 38 poised on the pad, ready to go. We're looking at about T-minus 2 hours until launch. The Pope vent at the pad is on, meaning that they're spooling at the pad, getting it ready to go. Now, this launch, guys, will be the last launch for this configuration of this pad. The donut and the kind of, bar stool, milk stool approach here is being done away with for a more typical flame diverter pad that's, well, it's that way. That way. Wait, you named your new PC Kennard. How could you betray us by naming it that? I didn't. The community named it. And then gave it to me. And now I'm stuck with it, Sneaky. It is a really nice computer, though, so I'm willing to make an exception. I don't know if you guys have seen the specs on this thing. I can run Battlefield 6 maximum, maximum settings, everything cranked to full, and it does not care. Flip up!
Go at throttle up.
The behind-the-scenes camera is not working. Yeah, it's got a Ryzen 9950X 3D 16 core, 98 gigs of RAM. 98! And an RTX 5080. It's got 2 NVMe SSDs on it. 1 terabyte for the operating system, 2 terabytes for games. 16 cores, 32 threads. Yep. Dude, do we need to get you a space heater? No. No. Now that I'm encoding in here for a change, the temperature will go up. I mean, a lot can run BF6 because they actually bothered to optimize it after they saw how many played the beta under min specs. Dude, in a day and age where we get a lot of AAA slop shooters, Battlefield 6 is pretty good, man. It's pretty good. Actually, 2 terabytes for OS, 4 terabytes for games. Oh, even better. Yeah. I did not get a chance to play it over the weekend. I didn't touch my computers. I was bunkering down for the gigantic storm that we were going to get. We have a nor'easter here. Up here. It's been monsooning. Like Florida monsoon. 50, 60 mile an hour winds near the coast, which is where I am. For like the past day and a half. It's going to be like this for another day. So it went from being like a late summer to like, it's a little cold. Not that I'm complaining or anything. Did you get the fusion all sorted out? Yep. Car's good. I had that fixed last week, dude. You had flurries in the morning in Montana. I'm sorry. That sucks. A nor'easter in October. Yep. Yep. What was up with the Fusion? It blew out a transmission cooler line going down the highway. 2 weeks ago, we got stranded on the side of the road. I had to get the thing towed. And then I took it apart. And I was doing that before streams to replace the transmission cooler line that broke. Read last, please. Are you going to be at both SLS and Starship First Man flights in person? I don't know what I'm doing tomorrow, TJ. I have no idea, dude. I have no clue. But anyway, what I do know is that today we are going to watch some Starship action, hopefully. Should be good. Been getting frost advisories the past few nights here. Yeah, here too. Here too. How long until takeoff? We are exactly 2 hours out. 7:15 p.m. Eastern Time, 6:15 p.m. Central Time is the time. For launch. It's going to land in daylight again? Yeah. The idea is that you launch here at dusk and you land in the middle of the day. So they can get, they can image the landing. Now, interesting thing from, if you guys want to see something here. From Space Engineer over on X. Interesting thing that he pointed out. Check this out. Where is it? So there's a ship out there called the CM Thema. This thing, right? That ship. That is out there floating around the rescue, or not the rescue, the landing area. I read rescue zone right there. This is a pretty new ship, but, you know, Space Engineer pointed out something very interesting. Check this out. Look. The Limitless, Bag 1 Renegade, Offshore Surveyor, these ones right here, these are the ships that have been supporting previous Starship landings, like deploying the buoy cams and whatnot, right? The CM Thema is, well, quite large. Quite large. It's a little bit bigger. Yeah. That, let's see. Built in 2016, it has a length of 89.16 meters and a beam of 19. Crew capacity 25. 89 meters. Huh. So you're not making that in Stormworks anytime soon? Yeah, passing, I don't want to do that. There's a montage somewhere in that comment section. Yeah. Space, once again, I'm getting Space Engineer a lot of credit here. The guy's great. His analysis is fantastic. That's what I'm getting at right there. That's what I'm getting at. I mean, they're not going to put it on the deck, right? I mean, it's big enough, but what I'm wondering about the CM Thema here is there a crane on this to lift it up there? Or are they going to winch it on there? You going to ballast the ship? Well, deck, what are we doing here? But yeah, very interesting. Very interesting. It is just chilling out there. It is just kind of hanging out. Can this boat sink its deck? Well, technically, any boat with ballast tanks can do that, Cyborg. Yeah, technically. 3-meter waves in the landing zone thereabouts. That's probably going to put a damper on things. I'm sorry. I've been hanging around with Sawyer too much. Any ship can be a submarine once. Geeson, did you get that thing sorted out? I believe the ship can ballast low enough to have a wet deck. Dude, yeah, like, here, take a look at this picture. If you looked at this picture, CM Thema, guys, if you put it like stern facing the ground and bow facing into the sky, it would go from the ship quick disconnect to basically the top of the tower. That is a very large vessel. In fact, that's what New Zealand did to their Navy ship earlier this year. Oh, that's good. So, yeah. Sawyer's monster working. Yeah, he's on the up end, man. Yeah. Guy goes through a lot, dude. He's a good friend of mine, and I feel for him. But you know, he wouldn't want us talking about this, dude. He would want us to be talking about Starship, you know what I'm saying? He'd be like, "No, don't talk about me." Guy's humble as hell. They were surveying a reef and they sure found it. Well, yeah, they figured out where it was, Smirks, for sure. Yeah. Okay. What's the current no-go at, Tessa? We're looking at about 80% from the last check-in with SpaceX. Huh. Guys, did you see who NSF has up on their stream? That's the weather guy. Yeah, no, they have Eric Berger over there. And they have Christian Davenport and Ashley Vance. I would implore you guys to go double box that stuff. I wish you were in that call. No, you don't. No, you don't. I would get canceled. You know that you guys ever see that interview with the the Italian coach? He's like, I say nothing. If I say something, I get in trouble. So I say nothing. I say nothing. I say nothing. I say nothing. If I say something, I get in trouble. You know? I'm just not saying. Oh. I've been watching the winds. Looks great. Yeah, everything looks good. If I had the bandwidth, I might, but I'm running on hotel Wi-Fi. You left your house? Tessa, you left your house? You don't leave your house. What are you doing? Go back in your cave. What did he say, Helsinki? He certainly put Chad into a frenzy there. It could lower itself with ballast with the weight of Starship. Could it get back to above sea level with all the weights? Yeah, if your pumps were strong enough, Element, sure. That's really the key here. I'm saying you would behave. You sure about that? You sure about that? Wish I could. Funeral tomorrow down in Blackpool for it. Your aunt on your dad's side. My condolences, mate. At least you get to see Blackpool. That's nice. Blackpool's kind of nice. You got all the lights and everything. Very good.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I guess I want to know how big those pumps are. Pretty big. Hey, XTC, 61-month resub. Blackpool is a crap hole. Okay. JPL is imploding. JPL workforce update. $550 layoffs. What is it with people just wanting to give JPL the shaft? I don't understand. This is not just the incumbent. This was happening before this. Why does everybody hate JPL all of a sudden? What did they do? It's in California. Yeah. Hey, can you go live on YouTube? And that's all you'll say? No, it's not all you'll say. The layoffs started happening with JPL. They laid off 1,000 people 2 years ago. Nice try. Try again. Why does everybody hate JPL? What the heck's that about? It's not, though, guys. I don't know why you guys think that. Do you guys not remember what happened before? Like, am I just... The 550 employee layoff was planned in July. Office of Management and Budget is planning an even bigger one later this month. Hey, Bandit, what's going on? That's just very strange to me, dude. Everybody just hates JPL. What the heck did they do? They actually do stuff. It put the other parts of NASA to shame. I'll allow it. That's fine. Oh, jeez. JPL isn't run by NASA. It's run by California, and they have no money. Jeez. Interesting. I think people don't like propulsion. I guess so. I guess so. In terms of going live on YouTube, dudes, if we're gonna be watching NSF from time to time, I don't like double casting, so we'll probably go live on YouTube when SpaceX starts their coverage and go from there. Okay, so it's probably gonna be a little bit. For now, it's just Twitch. Flykin rolled for ads. You need to beat a 7. Flykin already rolled for ads today. He rolled for ads in 20'd the stream during a technical discussion.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I don't think so, Silver. Well, somebody did. Oh, that was Graham. Okay. You know what? I'm probably just going to disable channel points. I've decided I don't like them. Anyway, moving on. I'll run your ads. There you go. Yeah, I decided I don't like them. Anyway. So yeah, we'll go live on YouTube when we flip up the SpaceX cast. Just remove the ads, or just remove the channel points completely. Yeah. Okay, Geeson, I got it. I saw what you said before. I just didn't respond, but yeah, I gotcha. Anyway, JPL dropped the ball with Mars sample return. Yeah, maybe. Will you be live on YouTube for launch? Yeah. We back? There you go. There you go. But Papa, my currencies. Ah, fine, leave it. There's a launch? Yep.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Here, let's get off the main Starship cast. And we will get Starbase Live up and running. Now Starbase Live. All right, let's take a look. Sorry, EJ, ads don't seem to work on this Twitch player. No problem. Geezer gifted a sub to Wenhop. Excuse me, Wenhop. Do you even have those radar aviator glasses? Huh? I don't know. Patriots looked good yesterday. They did, Bandit, yeah. Las Vegas was a snooze fest, though. Different sport, but snooze fest, man. Boring. Boring. Dragon shirt? I have my Mechazilla shirt today, Bran. Here. There will be no booster catch attempt today, Acre. SpaceX is trying to get rid of these boosters for the new stuff. We have Mechazilla today. There you go, Baron. That's what I'm looking for. Because this didn't start with this president. And anybody that tries to peddle that nonsense is out of their mind. That's what I'm looking for. Because something went down. This didn't happen just in the past year or so. It's been like that for a while. Seems like JPL got too... They dropped the ball on Mars sample return, and they found out management was redirecting funding from its own programs to Caltech. Nice. I don't want you to lose any revenue because of it. It's okay, Jaka. It's okie dokie, man. I appreciate it, though. I mean, chopping another massive chunk from their budget didn't help. I'm not saying that it did, Creation. Anyway. Because, dude, like, when it's been happening for a little while, it tells me that it's not subject to political winds, despite other things being absolutely. There's something else going on here.
Go at throttle up.
You know? But, whatever. I'm sure you guys don't want to hear about this. I'm just sitting here looking at that. I'm looking at the pumps. It looks like satisfactory in real life, doesn't it? Hey, Sean, what's up, man? Hey, I hope all's well. Keep being awesome. I'm trying, man. I'm trying. It looks, dude, it looks like... You guys remember my first satisfactory build where we made the oil arrays and we had all the pipes going and nicely arranged like that? It looks like that. It reminds me of that. Why no YouTube stream? This place is scary. I don't want to double cast any NSF stuff, Cheeseburger. It's just the same stuff that we do with the Flame Trench. I don't want to double cast anything. We will pick up the... I will start the YouTube stream when the SpaceX coverage goes live, dude. When Pillar. Yeah, we should probably finish that, huh? Yeah, Baron, there you go. That's what I'm looking for. That's, yeah, Mars sample return has consumed $3 billion and done nothing. Nothing. That's not okay. Sorry if this is a dumb question, but why not put a fully fueled Blue Moon in a Starship? Does Blue Moon exist? I meant for Artemis landings. I don't understand the question, 8-bit. What do you mean? You drinking one right now. All right. Nice. What do you mean? You want NASA to completely get rid of their entire mission architecture, put a Blue Moon lander inside a Starship and human rate Starship and send all of that in one shot? Now, I don't mind that architecture. That architecture is pretty good. But there's a lot of things you have to do to get that working, and I don't think that necessarily is the most expedient way of sending anything anywhere. You see what I'm saying? Like, oh, why don't they just do this with the lander that doesn't exist for the rocket that's not human rated? I would assume you were asking that as some kind of, well, why don't they just do this because our current system is too slow, right? Take a fully fueled version of one of Blue Origin's landers, the landers that don't exist, okay. Then do a China-esque lunar orbit rendezvous with Blue Moon. I mean, yeah, that's a great mission architecture, sure, but NASA doesn't really shift gears very fast. That's part of the problem, right? They're like, okay, down to second. Okay, I'm in neutral. Okay, up to third. I mean, what you could do is launch an SLS Block 1, have it rendezvous with a Blue Moon lander, and then land, sure, but I don't think you have enough Delta V to do something like that. I don't think that, because, once again, Orion can't get to low lunar. Starship could. How much Delta V does a fully fueled Starship have in orbit? I'm guessing 95, but I'm going to say about 6 kilometers a second. Somewhere in there. Maybe a little less. Let's say 5 kilometers a second with any significant margin of payload. That's my guess. Oh yeah, yeah, Baron. Okay, what about this? Have all the lender proposals assigned them to specific types like crew, cargo, and fuel. I don't understand how that's any different than what they're doing right now, Frisk. About 7 kilometers a second with a 100-ton payload. Yeah. 6 to 7 cheeseburger. Yeah, that sounds right. They need to clean house on managers, bring in leaders who actually understand engineering culture, not just budgets. NASA's got to give JPL more autonomy and stable funding so they can plan long term instead of chasing yearly politics and funding. Yep. And they've got to fix pay and morale first. Otherwise, all the talent that made JPL great is just going to keep walking out the door. There's your problem. That's what I'm getting at, dudes. Thank you for cluing me in, because yeah, that's a big issue. And the fact that everyone's just like, all right, we'll just get rid of it. No, that's something that we need to fix. Any info on what they're testing with this one? So, Astral, this is a test flight. It is a test flight. They will be testing the ship on a suborbital trajectory. It's going to basically be the same mission as Flight 10. Very similar. There is a bunch of different experiments. While the trajectory is the same, the ship is a little bit different. The tile configuration is different. There are more tile experiments on it. But I think SpaceX is just looking to repeat Flight 10. They got to get that data. Ian, I'm just really worried about the fact that it will take decades of effort to fully recover from the brain drain and hard stop on technical progress. Ian, it sounds like they shot themselves in the foot. But, I mean, the politics behind it, which, once again, dude, you remember, man, we went back. I was pissed when they did this freaking 3 years ago. I remember a Space News in 2022, 2023, where I went off. I was like, what are you doing? Stop it. Stop this. You know what else is draining? Oh, my God. Right? Like, it's such a pain in the butt, dude. Yeah, we're gonna feel the heat, dude. You're gonna feel the heat. It's gonna take forever to rebuild that. It's gonna take freaking forever, and that sucks. That sucks. It's the same bull crap that happened with Constellation. You know, they underfunded it, and then it didn't perform, and then they cited its underperformance as a reason for getting rid of it, and NASA ended up having a gigantic brain drain that they still haven't recovered from. It's annoying seeing the same dang mistakes happen. But, I don't know. At least we got Starship. Starship's pretty cool. I like this. This is pretty neat. You know, it's just, yeah, sucks, man. Stupid. But, oh, actually, do you guys want to hear something interesting? Real quick.
Discovery, go at
You know,
throttle up.
we're about an hour and a half out from the Starship launch. You guys want to hear something interesting? So you all know Jared Isaacman. If you don't, he was the president's pick for NASA administrator. And then like a day before his Senate confirmation, they pulled the pick because the president and Elon Musk had some kind of falling out or whatever. And some White House staffer had a vendetta against Elon or some kind of bull crap going on. And, basically said, no, get rid of Isaacman. He sucks. Get rid of him. He sucks. The White House staffer that said all that lost his job. Interesting. Oh, wait, no, he was promoted to ambassador of India. Ambassador to India. Yeah. The guy that was, it's widely speculated that the guy behind getting Isaacman's nomination pulled. Oh, yeah, he ain't a White House staffer anymore. He got promoted. And all of a sudden, at the same time, the president's talking with Isaacman again. Interesting. So, the reason why I'm telling you isn't to, like, oh, he said, she said stuff. No. Isaacman understands these problems. He understands the problems that NASA's facing, and having him there would be really nice. That would be really good. You know, it should have been done 6 months ago, but it's pretty good. I'm pretty happy with that. Yep. Yeah, that guy, Hellfish. Yep. Yay, that's pretty good. Can we get an express confirmation? Who knows? Who knows what's going to happen? Anyway, I thought you guys would appreciate that. The Sean Ryan interview with Jared Isaacman was awesome, Miller Time. That was such a good cast, dude. Some of the stuff that he was talking about, perfect. NASA being adaptive to the science and having their, you know, a goal being set, but their, you know, their milestones being driven by scientific discovery. Oh my God. Oh my God. Please do this. Anyway. Aren't you glad I spammed you with that? Sure. Can you ask SpaceX to put it on 4X time warp so we can launch already? Hey, we're only 90 minutes out, dude. Only 90 minutes out? We good. There are some dumb links on board, 7? Yeah. You're getting mad with JPL. I'm getting mad with Outlook email settings. We are not the same. You finished the car trunk. I've been bunkering down for a really bad storm that's coming up through the Northeast. The trunk's all mocked up. We should be good to start marking it out and punching holes. I'm sorry it's taken so long, dudes. There are other factors at play here. You know, like my setup exploding and throwing off my entire schedule. Don't worry, the 59 is all packed up. I have it inside of a portable garage. The portable garage is staked down into the ground with sandbags and cinder blocks on top of that, so it's weathering the storm. That's what I had to do over the weekend. I've seen that, Admana. That's a very, that's a very interesting design. Is that a blimp? It's an aerostat, Flykin. That is an aerostat that's on South Padre Island. Basically what it is a listening and observation post. They send the aerostat up. It's on a tether to the ground in South Padre. And, you know, it's a blimp. It does blimp things. But underneath the blimp is basically a camera optics package. And it's controlled by the Department of Homeland Security, particularly the Immigrations and Customs Enforcement. And CBP. Customs and Border Patrol. They use it to watch the border. They watch the border from South Padre Island. Yeah, somebody cut it loose, Sussy. Somebody cut the blimp loose. I'm not gonna, you know what, dudes? I'm not going to read too much into that at all for a number of reasons. Yep, somebody cut it loose. That's like the third one they've had there. Somebody cut it loose. Or somebody screwed up. I don't know, homie. I have no idea. I don't know if somebody cut it, but it drifted off and drifted right into a power line during Flight 8, guys. Do you remember? Did you guys watch the NSF cast that I was on during Flight 8 and how we lost the power? The whole hotel lost power right during the launch? It's because the aerostat flew into the power lines that connect South Padre Island. Oops. Whoops. That's not great. Yeah, there's a bridge that goes to South Padre Island, and then there's power lines that run right next to it. And there's 2 sets of 3-phase high voltage transmission power lines that go across the channel to South Padre Island. that's connected into two substations. So one of the lines crosses with the bridge. The bridge at South Padre Island connects almost at the southernmost point of SPI. One of the power lines goes to a transformer substation at the southern end of the island, and the other one travels up the main road that runs up the spine of the island, and then there's another substation on the north part of South Padre Island. How do we know that? Das and I went looking for them one time when we had some extra time at Starbase after a launch. Yep. I wanted to see how the grid was laid out, and Das was like, dude, we should do that. And I'm like, yeah, let's go, man. And we drove all the way up South Padre Island to find the second substation because we're nerds. This is what we do. That's like, I was like, Das, I gotta see where those high voltage lines go. He's like, dude, those are high voltage lines. We should go figure that out. I'm like, there's a reason why we're friends, man. There's a reason why we're friends. In some countries, that's considered spying. Not mine. So yeah, the aerostat flew into the one that took out the lower. It took out the power lines to the lower transformer station. Yep. Oops. Are you the type of guy that follows power lines in GTA to see where they go? No. But I've watched YouTube videos about that. That their step-up transformers aren't connected to anything. How'd you know? How did you know that? Why you gotta call me out like that, man? You do it too? Oh, all right. Game recognized game. All right, I get it. You just watch the Red Jet version. That's Annie Austin that does those videos. That guy's a great YouTuber. That guy's awesome. And he's a pilot. That's super cool. Yeah, Annie Austin is the guy's name. He mapped out the power lines in Red Dead. That dude. That guy's awesome. Makes me laugh all the time. Now we know what EJ's going to do first in GTA 6. Bro, Ditour. Okay. All right. I'll give you 3 guesses what I'm specifically looking for when I load up GTA 6 for the first time. Think about it. Strip club? I appreciate that, but I'm not that kind of dude. I'm going right to the Space Center. Yep. I'm going to travel right up the coast, and there better be a damn Space Center there. I'm going right for the Space Center. I'm driving up. I'm going to drive up A1A. I'm trying to, I want to see if they put a Space Center in that game. I'm going to Disney World. Yep. Does it have a coronet? No, I don't think so, but I do. That and Daytona and Sebring. Dink, if there isn't a damn racetrack in this game, I'm going to be very upset. You have to check the physics. We're going right to the Space Center. Jeff, thank you. My name is Jeff. Fluffy had a 8-month resub. Here's to as planned launch flight and splashdown. Yeah, baby. They're gonna have Rachel's at GTA. What? Yeah, maybe. Goalie, were they 230 or 500? They looked like 230 to me, but I'm not smart enough to know the difference. Sorry to URL, but here's something you probably haven't heard before. A Starlink launch has infrasound recorded through seismographs from 60 miles away.
A few days ago, there was a SpaceX satellite launch near Lompoc, California. And California is pretty on edge about
Lompoc?
earthquakes, so there's quite a few seismographs to collect data from. And remember, we need to speed this up dramatically to hear the infrasound, and in this case, an hour of recorded data will be heard as 2 minutes of audio. This is what the launch sounds like 3 miles southeast of the launch site.
Cool, Mycon, that's awesome. Lompex, look at my Lompex, yeah. Isn't it Lompoc? Isn't that where Toretto did time? There is a prison up there. We drove past it during Route 154. 2 years, Lompoc. I'll die before I go back. It's a Native American name, if I'm remembering correctly. Can we talk more about Super Heavy being used as a fuel depot if they could get it up in orbit a little bit more? I don't think they would do that, Goalie. You're running into really nasty umbilical problems doing that. And then you will regret visiting the GTA 6 launch site when you see a weird Starship Shuttle hybrid design you will critique for 1 hour's stream. No, I'm not going to regret it. That's content, man. Good content. They made a server for you in the BF6 portal. Fine. After we wind down from the Starship Flight, guess what we're playing? And guess what old man is going to school you in Battlefield? I still got it, man. I still got it. I went like 22, 23 and 1 the last Battlefield game I played. I was untouchable. Untouchable. We got this. We got this. I will ruin your day in Battlefield. That's going to be the new thing. I will kick you directly in the nuts in Battlefield. Anyway, we're now an hour and 19 minutes out from Starship. What's your go-to role? Medic and sniper. That's what I do the most of, Urban. Hook you up with VF6. No. C last for something funny. What do you mean C last for something funny? You've already cracked enough damn jokes today. You have C4 and the drone unlocked in Battlefield. I know, fly the drone and strap C4 to them and hunt tanks and IFVs with them. I feel like this has been tried somewhere previously, probably in real life. Like recently, like maybe like starting in February of 2022. Pretty sure. I'm pretty sure this has been a thing. Yeah, C4 on drones. Yeah, I think I saw that in a COD video. Yeah. Hey, Vic, what's going on, man? At this moment, yeah. C4 on a small vehicle to explode tanks. You did that in PlanetSide too. I did. Dude, there used to be a thing, a meta in Battlefield 1942 where you would take plastic explosives. You would take, what was it, Semtex, right? And you'd put a bunch on a Jeep, on a Willys Jeep, and you'd drive that at the enemy tank, right? And then you'd bail out right before you crashed into them and hit the detonator and blow up the tank. The C4 buggy, man. Now, we called it different stuff back in the day. Probably stuff that I shouldn't repeat, but... Okay, come on. Someone light the big fire in the tube already. Yeah, why walk? Exactly. Flight 11 is still go, guys. Yep. The classic spawn in the fighter jet and immediately crash it into the enemy team at the start of the game. Yeah. Love it when people do that. Love that for them. There's absolutely no redundancy on SPI. That transmission line is the only source for the SPI substation. There's two of them, Fluffy. One of them goes north and one of them goes south, but yeah. After this flight, how long until we see Flight 12? I'm thinking December, maybe January. I'm thinking January, T-Man, yeah. Nice, flanking. That's good. Wasn't the last one like yesterday? What do you mean, Fox?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Oh, nice, Barry. Yeah. Hey, Van. 73-month resub. 1942, I used to bail out of the Jeep and pop them with a nade launcher. There you go. Hey, Droikian, what's up? So the Pope vent is still on, dudes, but the ship quick disconnect vent, which is right there, and the BQD, the booster quick disconnect vent, which is right there, those should be the next things that should kind of fire up if we're on schedule here. That should be happening momentarily. But yeah, if you guys, while I'm talking, if you see that vent or that vent right there turn on, then, you know, we're go. But keep in mind, the way these cameras are set up, dudes, there is another vent, the vaporizer vent, in front of the OLM vent from the way these cameras are set up. It looks like the BQD vent is on right now, but it's just the exhaust from the vaporizer vent, the Pope vent. The last launch, I feel like it happened yesterday. Oh, yeah, Fox, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Yeah, Flight 11 was just at the... What was that? That was at the beginning of summer. Yeah, we're still on track, George. We should be, at least. Ew. Aaron, that's gross. Okay. Anyway, we can play more. We can talk and play more Battlefield when the Starship is done. I'm here to tank watch, man. I got my tank watching hat on. Did you see the Sikorsky heli and Endural announcements today? Yeah. Andrew has VR headset, which is pretty cool. That's pretty neat. It is VR headset, but it's not a VR headset, but it is a VR headset, but it's not. And then, yeah, Sikorsky has a Black Hawk that has no flight deck. There's no flight deck, and where the flight deck on the Black Hawk is just a cowl fairing that opens up and small vehicles come out. I have the Dead Crew. I don't have the Dragon shirt today. We have Mechazilla. The front fell off. Yep. Yeah, all right. A lot of people have been asking, so I'll show you guys real quick. The U-Hawk is very interesting. Did not mean to do that. I muted the thing 3 times, and then I hit play, and then it still unmuted it because X video is, you know, fantastic. It's a fantastic player. Really a big fan? Not. So check this out. Flashbang, all the viewers, sprint to the finish. I really like it when I take precautions to not blow your and my eardrums out, and then it still does it anyway. That's lovely. Look at this thing. They turned the UH-60 into a drone. A cargo drone. Wait a minute. Did that just say it can move 33 tons? Whoa. Whoa. Whoa! What the hell? I'm sorry, what? I'm sorry, what? What? Yo, what? What? It said, Max said it's 33 tons over multiple trips. Okay. All right. All right. Did that just have a HIMARS rocket pod? Is that what I saw? That's what I saw there. Yep. Okay. That's just a Black Hawk with less steps. 33 tons of cargo transported 10,000 pounds per 100 kilometers flying trip continuously for 16 hours without the need for crew rest. Oh. So what they're trying to say is that you don't need a person. You could just tell it to drop off stuff at one point and then go back and get more, and it'll just keep doing it. Got it. Got it. What the hell? That is a thing. Hey, Flavia. At least put some eyes on it or something. People are gonna put like the shark mouth on it. That would look great with that. We should build it in Kerbal. Hey. Yeah, give it googly eyes. That's a good point. What is this, Baron? What do you got for me here? Yeah. I hope it isn't the exact same drop-off location. Username, if they're advertising that capability, you think they'd figured out that not to drop the same cargo in the same place. You could make the argument that it should be called the Pelican instead of the Black Hawk. Yeah. All right, let's check back over here. Can you have them delay the launch? The Bills are on tonight. Why? Do you want to watch them lose? Why would you want to watch that? Memphis like, yeah, I do. No, I don't think so, Erudite. Tower vents on. Good eyes, Frisk. Yep. Tower vent turned on, dudes. Can helos even do stealth? Nah, I don't think so. SQD vent. Officially, I have no idea what you're talking about, chat. I don't know what you mean. Yep, see this right here? See this little guy? This little guy? Ow. Jeez. Cold. That's the ship quick disconnect vent, indicating that the lines, the fuel and oxidizer lines going up into this part of the structure, the tower right here. So this is on the tower right here. The fuel and oxidizer lines going up the tower over on the quick disconnect arm, which is this thing right here, and going into Starship, are being cooled down. That vent line opens when they slow fill. When they start they start priming the lines. You can't just start pumping the fuel. You're going to get air in there. You don't want that. You don't want atmosphere going inside of the tanks, right? The tanks are purged out. You only want to fill up the tank with liquid oxygen, right? And liquid methane in the liquid methane tank. So what we're seeing here is the vent turning on because they're cooling down the lines. Actually, you could see the fuel and oxidizer lines. They're right there. It's these two. The bigger one is the liquid oxygen line, and the smaller one is the liquid methane line. And if you actually flip that, this one on the left is methane, that one's oxygen. You could see that the vent line goes up over, and it's working as a bleed for the LOX line right here. You can see them go up through some flexi tubes into the ship quick disconnect arm, and those lines lead to Starship. Now, SpaceX, per their mission countdown stuff, per their mission countdown stuff, EJ, per their mission countdown timeline, will be fueling Starship. They will start fueling on Starship first, right? So that would make sense that they're chilling down the fuel and oxidizer lines that go to Starship first. The next thing we should see happening here is the booster quick disconnect vent turning on sooner rather than later. I don't know, Erudite, maybe. I mean, username, if you're thinking about that functionality for that helicopter, I'm pretty sure they've already incorporated it. That probably wouldn't be too hard. Sounds good, goalie. I'm a rocket nerd. Stop talking about helicopter stuff. I want to be able to contribute to a conversation. But was I not talking about the ship quick disconnect? Man, you gonna do me like that? I'm trying to change the subject back to rockets. You even mentioning helicopters brings up helicopters again. I'm sorry. I'm just messing around. Gosh, dang it, Bobby. No, hey, look. Booster quick disconnect. The OLM vent is on. Okay. All right, here we go. I love helicopters. Fox, I love them. Helicopters are awesome. Because they shouldn't work, and somehow they do. Yep, for the last time. That's right, George. Yeah. The weather is 85% go, Golden Goose, from what we understand. Yeah. I presume this is a new booster. This is 15.2. That one flew. It flew on Flight 8. I've seen this booster land. The YouTube stream is the YouTube stream up? The YouTube stream will go live basically when SpaceX goes live. Yeah. You think if the ship survives landing and doesn't go pop, will they try to recover it? Well, spoiled. I want to say yes, but my gut's telling me no. But there's a user on X named the Space Engineer, TSE. This guy's the real deal. We've covered his posts a lot on X on Space News here, and he noticed a ship called the CM Thema that's out there. That's the CM Thema right there. That ship is out there. It's supporting recovery operations. It's definitely out there with the rest of the garden variety of ships that we see during that we've seen during Starship recovery operations in the past. However, Space Engineer also did this diagram here, showing the CM Thema compared to the other ships that were supporting previous operations. more importantly, now, look, I want to say yes. I'm very, 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 very curious as to how they get Starship up onto that thing. Just out of curiosity, like, how would you do that? How would you get it on there? There's no crane or anything, right? They're going to need a bigger boat. But also at the same time, so that you know, that tells me that probably not, right? Like, that they're not going to do that. But also at the same time, why are you sending a ship that big out there? What's that about? And it just happens to be that it just has a you know, a deck that just happens to be able to fit a Starship on it, right? Very curious. Very, very curious. Why is the fire so big, Gus? Gus? Why is the fire so big? Starship's a Bigfoot, isn't it, Gus? Now, get out of here. You don't know how to launch a rocket. You don't know how to launch a rocket. You launch a rocket. You don't know how to do that. Gus, why is the fire so big? What's the approximate mass of Starship? 5,000 tons fully fueled. The whole stack. Neckamimon. The ship itself? 80, 70, 80 tons, maybe. Somebody's, that was off the top of my head. If somebody wants to go, I mean, we could go and look. Hold on. Here, let's take a look. On Wiki, the numbers are usually pretty right. Everything's looking good, Spoon. How are you? Yeah, yeah, this capacity thing is based off of the SpaceX's Q card thing. Uh-oh. Hold on. They're holding it T-minus 1 hour. Hold on one second. Yeah. Yeah, the flight test is stopped. The flight test clock is stopped. Uh-oh. Not great, Bob. All right, let's I'm going to put that up there on my other screen. And let's go back over to Starbase Live. Do we see anything? Well, the vents are still going, guys. These are in, they're priming up the vents now. I will let you know if that if the number resumes there. I think it's a new T0 adjustment. The hold was before prop load, so we were still good. SpaceX Stream says they start on at 43 past the hour. Okay. Thoughts on SpaceX potentially just trying to tow the ship back to port? It's a long way to tow something, username, but it could be done. Weather looks to be very nice down there, P-Gamer. Yeah, it looks to be okay. Does the ship partially submerge? It's a lot more buoyant than you might think, dude. It does float. We know that. We've learned that from Elon posting pictures of Ship 31, albeit with the front blown off. Guys, the problem... Okay, so even if Starship landed, even if it landed and it came down and it splashed down in the water as intact as it possibly could be from impacting the water at low speed, recovering it is still... It's not just as easy as just pulling that thing up onto a ship, right? The reason why is because the booster's still, or the ship is still full of gaseous methane and gaseous oxygen. It's still full, and there's going to be some residual propellant left over. So, and that propellant will eventually boil off. And if the batteries run out on the ship, then the vents aren't going to be able to vent that propellant, and you're potentially dealing with an overpressurized tank here, right? You're recovering a big, gigantic explosive out of the water if you can't figure out a way to safe the dang thing. Just keep that in mind. It's not as simple as just, oh, even if it landed perfectly intact in the water and it's floating there, how do you get the propellants out of it? Fox, we're go, huh? What does the clock say? Is SpaceX go for hamster? Oh, SpaceX reported right there. Here, look. Team is go for hamster. I mean, go for prop load. All right, so they're... Nice. Whoops. Nice. Yes, go for hamster. Yes, just like go for gerbils and go for guinea pigs. I'm great, Naslik. How are you? It could have been much worse. It's the internet, height. Oh, we know it could have been much worse, dude. Get out, Hellfish. Get out. SpaceX still says they're good to start loading up propellants. So, and the vents are definitely corroborating that information here. Why are we holding? I think they pushed the launch window 15 minutes. Having a quick vape to calm the nerves. Well, yeah, of course. Hammer, you tell me, if we start seeing our Stationeers base do this, do we got a problem? You don't until you do. Ah, yeah, okay. Guys, I'm looking at a delay on the SpaceX stream start time by about 15 minutes. So I'm going to go ahead and guess that in about 15 minutes, the count will resume. Which probably means we're looking about We're probably about an hour out. Actually a little bit more than an hour. Yep. Look. Oh, no, not that one. As you guys can see, the clock is running on the Kuiper KF-03 mission. That's what we're all here for, right? Yeah, Kuiper, yeah, the Kuiper KF-03 mission. That's what we're all here for. That's launching on a Falcon 9 Block 5. It's launching out of Slick 40 at Kennedy Space Center, or at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. The booster flying tonight is 1091.2 on its second flight. Yeah, brand new booster for the most part. You guys want to watch that, right? Is that would... Oh, you're here for Starship. Oh, yeah, okay. You know, I guess we'll cover that too. It only makes sense. It's just consider it the prelude to the main event, you know. Summarize Starship in 5 words or less for new people. Fully rapidly reusable transportation system. Fully rapidly reusable transportation system. Okay, so SpaceX's clock has started up again. It's at T-minus 57 minutes, 53 seconds here for the Starship Flight 11 launch. We're looking at views from my buddies over at NSF. This is Starbase Live. These are live shots of the launch pad. We will pick up SpaceX coverage here when they start up, which should be in about 20 minutes.
Go at throttle up.
Give or take. I'm here for the Ligma rocket launch. No, we don't have any of that. We only have Sigma rocket launches here, friend. Sorry. I'm going to yell outside if it holds again. My neighbors will call me crazy for doing so. I'm not just a space nerd. I'm not. I'm just a space nerd wanting to watch
Discovery,
a launch to
go at
happen.
throttle up.
Understandable. Have a nice day. Yeah, the Sugma rockets. Yeah, we love those. Fully rapidly reusable transportation system. That describes a ute, mate. Yeah. So, are we there yet? No.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Tom, 53-month resub. Woo, launch 10 and easy go with a 48-monther. Thank you very much. I'm more of a Tugma launch kind of guy. That's... Ew. Stevie, yo, what's up, man? 80% go, George. VF6 stream? I don't think this is Battlefield. Man. I mean, maybe, but I don't think that's Battlefield. We'll play Battlefield later if you want. Where's the AK-50? Now, this isn't Texas, but not that part of Texas. Isn't the real lesson of this the rockets we made along the way? Is it love because love is a battlefield? Nice try, Pat Benatar. That is Pat Benatar, right? Oh crap. Now I forget. I probably should know that. Okay, cool. All right, sweet. Oh, whoa. Almost had to turn in my 80s card there for a second. Okay, we are young. Yep. Mm-hmm. No one can tell us we're wrong.
Discovery,
Yes.
go at throttle up.
There are a lot of 80s connoisseurs in here. I'm quite fond of that decade. Space shuttle. Nice. The Warrior's not Pat Benatar. No. Absolutely not. AJ, are you nervous? No. I don't get nervous for this anymore. I got more nervous watching the Red Sox-Yankees game, the wild card series, than I did this. I don't know what that says about me. I'm not worried about this at all, dude. We good. You knew the Sox were going to crap the bed. Well, no, that wasn't until the second game. Mariners have been stressing me out. Good. I hope they lose. I hope they lose everything. I hope they lose every game from now on. Period. Not just the series. Period. In later days, why worry? It's other people's money. I mean, that has a lot to do with it, dude. But I wouldn't say that I don't have a vested interest in this thing working, man. Being a spaceflight commentator and just a big space fan, like that is certainly a reason to not be nervous. It's not my millions of dollars being launched into space, but the thing is that I have confidence in SpaceX. I think they'll be fine. SpaceX has put themselves in a very, very unique position. The position is that, well, okay, first of all, SpaceX is worth they have like a $400 billion evaluation, okay? Now, it is very strange for me to be talking about the world's largest launch vehicle, the biggest and largest launch vehicle ever flown, with the highest amount of thrust ever flown, period, full stop, being a low-risk mission. But when SpaceX is basically funding the Starship program to the tune of like NASA's budget on an annual basis, this is a low-risk launch. It's not a big deal. If it blows up, it blows up. What? Oh, what are you going to do? Lose the pad? They have another one right next to it. In fact, this is the last launch for this configuration of this pad. They're going to demo the pad anyway. Whatever. If it blows up, it blows up. Who cares? It doesn't mean nothing. It means nothing. This is an old design. They're just flying it so they can get some flight data, dude. Now, don't get me wrong. Simultaneously, they're not just going to throw caution to the wind and send it. I mean, they might. I really hope they don't. I really hope they do at least, do some due diligence and get the flight data that they need. But this is a low-risk mission. This don't bother me at all. If he dies, he dies. Yep. This ain't nothing to me, man. No, I want it to work. I would love it to work, but if it doesn't, it doesn't, man. Like, SpaceX, once again, they put themselves in a position where they have a lot of money. The company's worth a lot of money. They can afford to do something like this, and they're also doing rapid prototyping. It's very much about just build the next one and get the next one into space. Send that damn thing up there and see what happens. If it blows up, figure out why it blew up, figure out why it did, fix it, and then make sure the next one doesn't do that. That's where we're at, man. Just enjoy the ride. There's no reason to be nervous here. If it blows up, who cares? Don't get me wrong. We don't want it to do that, but if it does, it does. Hey, do better next time. This stuff I don't get nervous with this at all. This is awesome. This is fantastic. There's not many rocket launches that kind of rattle me nowadays. Yet I've been watching rocket launches for the last 15 years. I've seen a lot of strange things, okay? But there's nothing that's gonna make me believe that there's some all-powerful force that controls everything, okay?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hokey religions and ancient weaponry are no match for a good starship at your side. No, I've seen all kinds of different rocket launches. I've seen stuff blow up on the pad. I've seen stuff go sideways off the pad. I've seen stuff go up and then come right back down and blow up. I've seen stuff go up a little ways, then blow up. I've seen stuff get to staging and blow up. We've seen rockets get to max Q and whiz out of control and explode. I've seen all kinds of stuff. This stuff doesn't rattle me no more. It used to. I used to get so dang nervous. But, yeah. And this is just fun. I enjoy this. This is great. Hey, Dish, what's up, man? 120-month resub. I mean, and if we're going to reduce it to its base element, man, it ain't my money. That ain't my cash. I mean, it sucks. Like, as a space fan, I'm annoyed. But if it blows up, that sucks. Launch another one. You like movies about gladiators? I mean, yeah. No, sorry. Anyway. PC Trojan, what's up, man? 80-month resub. You ever been to a Turkish prison? Oh, boy. Iman Demon, 73 months. What's going on? Kung Pao Jeff with 177 bits. Thank you very much. Love to catch SpaceX space launch. Yeah. This is awesome, dudes. Guys, okay, there's one more component to this. When I really decided that I really wanted to get it and learn about spaceflight and really take it seriously,
Discovery, go
or at the time at that point in time for something in my life, take something seriously and actually do it right and learn it correctly, right? This was 15 years ago. When I decided that, dude, like, it was not a good time to be a space program fan. The shuttle was on its way out. Constellation was canceled. SpaceX had launched maybe 3 or 4 times successfully. There was nothing, dude. There was nothing. There was nothing. It sucked. It was not fun at all. Compare that just in a short 15 years like what we have now. This is excellent. This is great. I'm never getting tired of this. Where I kind of really came of age, spaceflight wasn't cool. It wasn't cool. It wasn't like it is now. No way. The rocket launch is getting closer, and it's getting larger. Airplane references. All right. No tower catch today, Xanax. Just wanted to let you know. Good luck. We're all counting on you. Surely you can't be serious, chat. We are boldly going where nowhere. Yeah, sure. Spaceflight was cool when the shuttle was happening. It wasn't cool when the shuttle left, and now it's cool again. It was awesome when the shuttle was happening. It's a good time. Serious, and don't call me Shirley. It's okay, Chad. I speak jive. I don't. All right. How long until SpaceX gets going with this bad boy? What methods did you use to self-teach about spaceflight? Logan, you want to know where I started? I started reading Wikipedia. Wikipedia is not the best source for this kind of stuff. It's pretty good, but it's not the best. But that's where I started. What I really wanted to learn is about every different type of rocket. I actually really started with the space shuttle. And a lot of the space shuttle's info is very widely publicly available. Like from NASA, from Wikipedia, or whatever. That's where I started just info dumping my mind full of spaceflight stuff. Nowadays, I have like college level textbooks, like Rocket Propulsive Elements, RPE. I have Modern Engineering for Modern Design of Liquid Fuel Rocket Engines. Rocket propulsive elements, I think they're up to the 10th edition now. That's by George Sutton. Great book. You really want to learn. That's the hardcore stuff. That's the math that everybody's like, oh my God, it's not rocket science. That's that. Prop load is underway. Let's go, dudes. Yep, they closed the vent. Ship loading, ship filling has begun. Modern design for modern engineering, a liquid fuel engine is just really good. But yeah, I started small with just reading Wikipedia pages and going from there. You do pick up a great deal of information just reading about space news on the day-to-day. There is not a day goes by where I don't read something or look at something that has to do with space. It's very rare that I don't do that. Yep, you can see the line's all chilled down. She's ready to go. You should see a frost line start to form right here. Also, this starship's got freckles. We should design a rocket engine. I don't think you understand how difficult that actually is, Flacken. That's really tough.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
What are the starship freckles for? Well, those look like tiles that are on the back side of the flaps. So it's got to be some type of thermal protection system experiment. All right, guys. So SpaceX, you guys are telling me that SpaceX stream is supposed to start up in about 8 minutes. All right. I think we're good to fire up the YouTube video. So we're just gonna go to a blank screen real quick, and I'll fire up YouTube. Give me 1 second. Okay, welcome YouTube. Welcome to the party. This is the Flight 11 launch stream. SpaceX Starship Flight 11 is poised on the pad, ready to go. Ready to fly. At this particular moment in time, we're sitting at about T-minus 42 minutes and 30 seconds. Ship propellant loading has gotten underway, and SpaceX's stream should just be starting momentarily. YouTube, YouTube folks, if you're just popping in, Twitch says welcome to the party. They brought cake and pie and punch. Right, Twitch? I told you to get that. You remembered, right? Right? DJ Podrose, good job on NSF today. I was trying, man. I was trying. Yeah. They said the cake is a lie. All right. Okay. And so did YouTube chat. Nah, man, BYOB. Wouldn't it be BYOP? Hey, Kate, it's a great day for Starship. It is. 'Tis a great day. All right, so we do have this quick SBL stuff here. This is Starbase Live. This is brought from courtesy of my buddies over at NASA Spaceflight. You can see that the propellant farm is going bananas right now, and we seem to have frost lines on the ship here, or at least the start of some condensation, indicating that the ship is starting to fill up with propellant. Oh, the ship's bleed lines are also on over there. See that? Hey, Jono, what's up? Man, they're really going ham with this thing, huh? Propellant load of the Super Heavy booster is underway. Live coverage starts in about 10 minutes. Excellent. You brought the cheesecake? Oh, thank you, Brendan. Yeah. Quentin, let's go. Let's do this, man. Where have you been? I missed you. Dude, you really want to know? I've been bunkering down for a storm. That's where I've been since Friday night. I spent all Saturday and Sunday getting my house ready for a gigantic storm that's coming through. Where I live in the northeast part of the United States, we get these things called nor'easters. N-O-R' Easter, right? And basically what it is we have like a there's warm air that comes up from Florida and there's cold air that comes down from Canada. And when they pass each other, they seem to always want to pass each other over New England. And storms that are coming up the coast get stuck in it. And it's like a tide pool of storms.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
And, you know, science just points at New England and says, frick that place. See that place on the map? Frick that place in particular. So we end up getting this ridiculous storm that just lasts a couple of days. It's been going since Sunday. It's still going right now. And I live near the water. I live near the coast.
Discovery, go
So
at throttle up.
it's gotten particularly bad throughout the day. I can hear it on the tin roof. The sound, my compressor takes the noise out. But yeah. Hey, Sputnik 213 sub. Yeah, backup power. Dude, I got my generator out. I cleaned out the generator. I cleaned out the carburetor for the generator. I got the generator running. It's a 6,000 watt generator. I got all the cars bunkered down, all the cars covered up. I have, you know, we have patio furniture and stuff in the backyard. I took all that. I put all that away. Everything is all packed up. We were bunkered down. I drained all the hoses just in case it froze. I used my compressor to blow out any of the hose and the hose lines, making basically a homemade sound suppression system. You take the hose off the end, you put the air tool in it, and then it goes. It's pretty funny. It's a sound suppressor, like a launch pad, like Starship, right? The hose goes. It's funny, all right. So yeah, that's what I've been doing, Jack. That's what I've been doing all weekend. I've been bunkering down. I haven't stopped. And then I woke up today and I had to bear monsoon conditions to come out here to get the computers fired up. At least it's not a winter nor'easter. That's right. Yep. Is flooding an issue? Not where I am, Red Fox. I'm near the coast, but I'm not that close. Yeah, but it's still getting pretty rowdy. We got gust winds 50, 60 miles an hour. It's pretty rowdy. The storm already destroyed 2 of my car covers. Well, not my covers. They're covering Ernock's cars, believe it or not. Well, one of Ernock's cars. Yeah, it just ripped car covers off of cars. I staked them down really well, and I bungeed them. The car just ripped them right off. I'm like, it like tore the cover in half. Now, keep in mind the covers were old, but yeah. That's what I've been dealing with, man. It's wet and soggy and monsoony out. Like, we're talking like Vietnam rain season out there. It is wet. Okay. The BQD vent has closed, guys. It looks like we're ready for booster fueling. And we do have frost lines on Starship here. Why wouldn't you just use a boat cover? Because it's a car? Hey, Amadeo, thanks for the $2 super chat. Hello, how are you? Thought I was going to watch a launch without EJ covering it. No, I'm here. Check Discord. I'm not playing that. At least you're not in the Great Lakes in the middle of winter. That doesn't make my situation better, Ship, but yeah, no, yeah, it's still wet and my car covers are still wrecked. it's still, that doesn't make it better. Do you want to do ads before the cast starts? Nah, we'll do ads at T-minus 10 minutes like we usually do. 3 minutes until the live stream. Let's
this is
go.
space. I'm in space.
EJ wants this launch to go well, so he's staying away from Starbit. Man, be quiet. I can't afford it. No, I got to go. I got to see them launch. I'm good. I don't know when I'm going down for the next one, but I got to see one go, and then it blew up right after that. And then I went down again. I got to see another one go, and then that one blew up too. So shut up. Wait a minute. I don't need to go down again, I guess. They stopped inviting you. They may have. They probably did.
Discovery,
2
go at
for
throttle
2
up.
on explosions. I was not there when ship 36 exploded, though, so. Chat. Boom. You know? Rip your car covers. It's fine. It's okay. Please don't go for Flight 12. Oh, I'm going. I'm going to go. We're going to go down there. I'm going to watch it even harder next time, radio. Jindex, thank you for the 69-month resub. Nice. Ship 36 was built while you were there. Frost lines! Frost lines! Look and see the lines and stuff and frost. That's good. Booster fueling. Dean, why are you gonna do me like this? Don't go down for the ship catch. It might pile drive the launch pad. Oh, don't lie, ship, like you don't want to see that happen, okay? Did you see the new Black Hawk drop drone prototype, the S-70? Yeah, King, we've seen it. We looked at it a little bit earlier, and then I got yelled at by chat for talking about helicopters during a Starship launch. It's pretty cool, though. You're going to go to the Florida first launch, right? Yeah. No booster catch today, guys. What are those freckles on the fins? They're tiles from what it looks like, dudes. All right, we're going to pop off Starbase Live here. And, you know, be sure to go over and watch the main cast for NSF2. Double box it, man. Go into debt if you have to. No. Not financial advice. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. It's time. It's time. How many times do you think Flight 12 was scrubbed for GSE? I'm saying once, BD. Looks like the Mariner Valley right there. Wait a minute. If that's the Mariner Valley, why are we in retrograde? Why is this is this a retrograde orbit? No, it can't be. If we see Olympus Mons up here on the right, like up here somewhere, then it's retrograde. It's retrograde around Mars. Oh, they changed it. See? See? Yeah, SpaceX, I'm onto your games. I'm onto your games, Elon. You look like the Mariner Valley. Fox, you look like a helicopter. So there. Now what? Now what are you going to do? Boom. Seriously, these splash screens are thick. Is this one polar, Talon? Yeah. Yeah, I think you might be right. Look at the Terminator. Yeah, that's right. When will they go for the first orbit, do you think? Probably... What are we on now? This is Flight 11. I don't think they'll do it on Flight 12, Peter. Maybe 13 if everything goes right with 12. In my opinion, they need more data on in-flight Raptor restarts. They don't really have enough. They've only gotten the Raptor to relight, what is it, like 2 to 3 times at this point? I think it's 2. Because of the problems that they had with the Block 2 Starship, they weren't ever able to get that far into the mission, right? So I think they're looking for a little bit more data. You want to be absolutely sure that that works correctly. Now, the reason why you want to be absolutely sure that works correctly, Peter, you don't want to strand one of those things up in space. That would be bad. Okay, Egon, you said crossing the streams was bad. Yeah, okay, great. Good safety tip, Egon. This is not CG pivot. That's definitely the Mariner Valley. That's the lowest point on Mars. So The reason why SpaceX is showing this, guys, is because that's the lowest point on Mars. Now, why does that make a big difference? Like what? So, the lowest point on Mars is where there's the highest concentrations of atmosphere. Now, don't get me wrong. There's not a lot of atmosphere on Mars, but the lower parts, because the gases, gravity will pull the gases into the lower parts, are where enough gases are around to be able to utilize stuff. So like Mars does have a little bit of an atmosphere. Most of it was stripped away by cosmic winds because we think that Mars had a magnetic field like Earth did billions of years ago, but we don't know for sure. But what we do know is that there's trace gases in the low points. The lower areas has higher pressure gas, and that gas can be utilized for, I don't know, refueling that. That's kind of important. We want that. So the reason why SpaceX is showing the Mariner Valley is because that is the most likely spot of settlement if we send humans there.
All right, all operators on countdown 1. Flight directors go for launch.
Guys, I'm turning it up. I'm turning it up. Actually, you know what? I'm turning it down. This part got claimed last time. It's look at people are so happy. You're not being the tower, Danny. Okay.
Hello, everyone, and
Hi.
welcome to Starbase, Texas, for the 11th flight test of the world's largest and most powerful reusable rocket, Starship. Today's flight marks our second reuse of a Super Heavy booster and what's expected to be the final launch of our second-generation vehicle. I'm Amanda Lee, a build reliability engineer here at SpaceX.
And I'm Jake Berkowitz, a lead propulsion engineer on our SpaceX Raptor team.
What's up, Jake?
Today we're coming to you live from Star Factory, just under 2 miles away from the rocket on the pad. Right outside on the lawn, the crowd is starting to gather. And after liftoff, we expect that crowd to head back in to watch the rest of the launch with us and have a party.
And right behind us are 3 generations of Raptor engines, the third of which we're looking to debut on the next generation of Starship.
Yeah, where's Dan?
And we'll talk a little bit more about that upgraded rocket later in the program.
Yeah, and if you watched Flight 10, you'll know it was a really, really good day for Starship. All objectives were met, and we got tons of great data to learn from. And today, we're looking to build on the success of that flight.
Yeah, that's right. Like in Flight 10, we're again planning to deploy Starlink simulator satellites as well as test the limits of ship's heat shield during re-entry. A controlled descent, flip maneuver, and soft splash in the Indian Ocean are also planned for ship. And hopefully, our recovery team will be able to deliver some more of those amazing views that we got back on Flight 10.
Yeah, those views are just awesome. Another crazy thing, and for those of you keeping track, today actually marks the 1-year anniversary of our historic first ever booster catch. That was Booster 12. And even though we're not attempting a catch today, every time we launch a Starship, it's a big day. All right, so everyone, buckle up because maximum excitement is guaranteed.
Dan!
All right.
And Dan Hewitt joins us from over near Mission Control. Dan, how are things looking for launch today?
Hey, Jake. Hey, Amanda. Hey, everybody. We are looking great. I'm Dan Hewitt with SpaceX Communications. That's right. Right behind me is our Launch Control Center here at Starbase. Flight control team is on there. They're getting Starship and Super Heavy ready for liftoff. So as you can tell, when we look at the vehicle, prop load is underway. Things are looking good. We did shift our T0 a little bit. We're tracking to 6:23 p.m. Central Time, just a couple minutes into Heavy. Those 33 Raptor engines igniting, lifting off right at
Sorry. Just making sure the VOD's caught up.
window at 6:30 p.m. Central Time. It was able to do a successful ascent, followed that up with hot staging, Starship's upper stage igniting those 6 Raptor engines, separating Super Heavy, making its way back down. We saw the hot stage pop off. It then completed its boost back burn, put it on the course towards that splashdown zone. It successfully did that landing burn when we intentionally disabled one of those 3 center engines. During the final phase of that, used a backup engine, entered into its final hover, shut down the engines, and then splashed down into the water. Ship, meanwhile, completed full duration ascent burn, got to its planned velocity, successfully put it on that suborbital trajectory, And then it was on to the in-space stuff. That first in-space objective was completed. 8 of those Starlink simulators were deployed. That was the first successful payload demonstration we've ever had from Starship. Each of these simulators, similar in size to the V3 Starlinks that we're going to be launching next year to add significant capacity and capability to the network. Then it was on to our second ever in-space relight of a Raptor engine. That's a key capability for when we're going to do deorbit burns on future orbital missions, and then when we're doing deep space maneuvers. Then on to the critical reentry phase, we're able to get data on the performance of that heat shield, the ship structure, push the envelope on it, using the flaps, got it down to the splashdown zone, did the landing flip, did the landing burn. Killer views from the recovery team.
Awesome.
Soft splashdown over in the Indian Ocean. We were just about 3 meters off of our target, so pretty much nailed it. It was a huge day, tons of excitement here at Starbase. Just a reminder, though, this is still the early days. I mean, we're on Flight 11 today. There's a lot more we're going to do to get the full reusability, increase our launch cadence, eventually start sending missions to the Moon and Mars. I mean, we've got thousands of launches to come. But for now, we're looking good for launch. Toss it back down to Amanda and Jake.
Awesome. Thank you, Dan. Starship is the first orbital launch vehicle engineered to be fully reusable, just like a commercial airliner. In fact, to the end, we're actually reflying a Super Heavy booster for the second time today. This booster last flew on Flight 8. So let's just start with how powerful this rocket really is. When you stack Starship up against one of the world's biggest airplanes, the 747, a single Raptor engine is actually double the thrust of all 4 airplane engines put together. So that means the Super Heavy over in the pad right now, with its 33 Raptors, is equal to the power of about 64 747s.
Yeah, that's just crazy, Amanda. The power this rocket generates is incredible. To be specific, it's over 16.7 million pounds of thrust. Numbers almost incomprehensible, but it's just crazy. All right, to break it down, Starship is made of 2 parts. First is the Super Heavy booster, which is powered by 33 of those Raptor engines that run on liquid methane and liquid oxygen. And second is the Starship upper stage, powered by 6 Raptor engines. 3 are optimized for sea level performance, and 3 are for vacuum performance with that larger nozzle extension. All right, it's the Starship second stage that will one day carry cargo, payloads, and people all the way to Mars and beyond.
The Super Heavy booster is designed to launch, separate, flip, and return to the launch site where it can be caught by the chopsticks on the launch tower. However, as previously noted, we won't be attempting one of those catches today. Starship, on the other hand, re-enters the Earth's atmosphere at the conclusion of its mission, steering itself to a vertical landing or catch. And both stages are designed to return to Earth and fly again, making this the first rocket in history that will be fully reusable.
Yeah, and we cannot forget that between the 2 vehicles is the hot stage ring, a structure made of steel that allows the ship's engines to ignite while still attached to the booster, enabling a faster and more efficient stage separation. Right now, that hot stage ring is single use, but in the future, it will be built in directly to the V3 booster forward end.
And finally, the infrastructure built to support Starship is referred to as Stage 0. This includes the launch pads, tank farm, and the launch towers, which hold the chopsticks that catch the Super Heavy booster and eventually will also catch the ship.
Yeah, and to get us ready for launch today, we recently conducted another static test fire, basically where we fire up the engines to mimic a launch without actually launching. We're seeing the booster on the screen right now. It's a crucial milestone to let us know we're ready to go. And then here we're seeing ship. We did this for the second time on a retrofitted mount on Pad 1. We had a full 9-second duration burn on all 6 engines.
We should also note that today's launch on Pad 1 is intended to be the last launch on this pad in this configuration. As we head into the next generation Starship flight test program, we'll be modifying Pad 1 to meet the demands of our future missions.
Yeah, and among many other things, we're installing a new orbital launch mount, a new flame trench system, and upgrading the chopsticks for future catches. So until that's complete, we'll be running operations from Pad 2, which will be coming online very soon. All right, let's go over to Hawthorne, where Tyler is ready to talk a little Starlink.
Thank you, Jake and Amanda. My name is Tyler Lionquist, and I'm a Starlink business analyst here at SpaceX. Starlink is SpaceX's low Earth orbit, high-speed internet that's bringing connectivity both on Earth and in space. So, Starship is outfitted again today with 4 Starlink terminals, powering those incredible live shots of ship in orbit, through re-entry, and then all the way down to splashdown in the Indian Ocean. Now, we've had a couple of recent milestones that are worth celebrating. Back in September, we launched Starlink for its 300th time. And this summer, we surpassed 7 million active customers with service available across 150 countries and territories. We've come a really long way since turning on service for our first paying customer in rural Idaho 5 years ago, back in October of 2020.
Water.
Maples are looking beautiful.
I'm Wendy Layer. I live in Sandpoint, Idaho, and we are the first Starlink customers.
With Starlink, we didn't have to compromise on where we live due to the lack of technology.
The minute they turned it on, we could stream a movie, we could video chat, we could play games on the internet without a lot of lag.
Oh, World of Tanks. All right, I see how it is.
Now I actually have the ability to work remote.
Here's my house program runs on the cloud. I can send anything I want out to get prices and designs.
I like to bake, so I've been able to research
It was
recipes
War
and
Thunder?
try
Oh,
new
even better.
things.
Good day, go for a walk. Good day,
for a walk.
We can live very rural, and yet we are connected to anybody like in the city.
And I'm happy to report that Wendy and Sean are still Starlink customers today. So in just over 5 years, we've added dedicated services for aviation, maritime, RVs, and rail, and have expanded our emergency response capabilities. We've
he's got the
activated
horns
high-quality internet for millions of people, including those that live in some of the most remote places on Earth. Starlink
Like
is
Idaho.
enabling rural school districts, counties, and tribal governments to offer online access to education, telemedicine, and many other critical services, in
that
some
Idaho?
cases for the first time ever. And yet,
No, that's
a third
Idaho.
of the planet continues to go without access to reliable high-speed internet.
I'm
So there's a
sorry.
lot more work for us to do.
Sorry, I'll stop.
But Starlink was designed from the very beginning to meet these needs. And as each new version of Starlink comes online, the constellation's capacity and performance increases significantly. The larger V3 satellites that will deploy from Starship will bring gigabit connectivity to users and are designed to add 60 terabits per second of downlink capacity to the Starlink network.
I think that's the
That's
first time
more
we're
than
seeing
20
like a high
times the
fidelity
capacity
V3
added
right there.
with every V2 mini launch on the Falcon 9. And then on the cellular front,
Even
last
Gary,
month,
Indiana?
SpaceX announced a deal that provides Starlink with exclusive spectrum for its next generation direct-to-cell satellites,
Flavia, yeah.
which will be capable of providing broadband service to cell phones globally.
Now that's the
Starlink
real.
is the largest 4G coverage provider on Earth. Over 7 million people across 5 continents already rely on Starlink to connect their LTE phones to data, voice, video, and messaging.
Okay, Starlink's awesome. Check it out. See this area that SpaceX is clearing out around the roundabout right there? That's for the air separation unit. SpaceX is looking to pull in air, pull in atmosphere, and use it to make liquid oxygen. That's what that foundation is over there on the other side of Highway 4.
Today's flight profile.
Thank you so much, Tyler. So today's float profile, we're looking to get our second re-entry with this iteration of ship. And prior to every launch, we work closely with the FAA and international air traffic organizations to efficiently and safely integrate launch and re-entry operations into the airspace.
And we've got a special guest
visitor
here.
today.
We're live.
Whoa!
How's it going? Good to see you, boss.
Hi.
Hey. How's webcam?
Good. We're live right now.
What the?
Yeah. Getting ready for flight
Say
11.
hi.
How are you feeling for it?
Good. This is the first time that I'm going to be actually outside standing and watching the rocket. Normally I'm in mission control and stuff,
Okay. Yeah.
but now I'll be standing out in the garden there.
Okay.
So
Awesome.
it's really going to be much more visceral.
Yeah. Yeah. You're gonna feel
Great
it.
place
It's
to
gonna
watch.
be. It's gonna be. It's gonna be awesome.
When it's launching?
We'll be in here this time, but usually we're out there watching. Yeah.
All right, sounds good. All
Good
right,
luck
Later.
and have fun.
Have fun.
Whoa!
All right. So that was an exciting cameo there.
You know, both of them
But
are
yeah,
like,
starting off, we'll get into the flight profile here. Super Heavy will ignite 33 engines.
I mean, dude,
24 of
I'd
which are
crap my
flight proven
pants if
today.
that was me. I'd be
We'll
like,
power through ascent ahead of hot stage
You know?
separation, where booster will shut down all but 3 engines. Stage 2 lights his Raptor engines while still attached to Super Heavy. That is
you
what we
could
call
tell they were
hot
like,
stage separation.
oh no, oh okay.
Booster flip and engine
I'd be a little
light
nervous
or
if the
boost
big
out.
man came up and
And
crashed
we'll
my
be
gas.
intentionally
I'd be like,
headed to a spot
ah.
for the V3 style landing burn demonstration today.
Meanwhile, ship will continue with
That was awesome.
its ascent burn to a suborbital trajectory, where it will attempt to deploy 8 Starlink simulator satellites. And we're also planning to relay a single Raptor engine.
That was
Then
funny.
it's time for re-entry, where we're once again testing the limits of Starship's heat shield by intentionally removing tiles.
It did, Major.
The ship will also perform a pretty dynamic banking maneuver that mimics the path of a return to launch site for Ketch that will fly on a future mission. And if all that goes as planned, we'll conclude the test with a landing flip, burn, and soft water splashdown in the Indian Ocean. So definitely another action-packed flight profile, Dan.
This is planned to be the final launch of this version of Starship, version number 2. Right now, we're actively building multiple next-generation V3 Starship and Super Heavy vehicles in the factory, kind of right behind us, so let's take a minute and nerd out a little bit.
I like nerding.
This is going to be launching from Pad 2, which is nearing completion down here at Starbase. Both the pad and the vehicles are going to roll in really significant changes. This is building on everything we've learned from all of these flight tests to make a vehicle that we're looking to mass produce. Starting with the Starship upper stage, which is going to look pretty similar on the outside, but it's getting pretty much a complete overhaul under the hood. We're getting major design changes to its propulsion system that's going to accommodate that new version of Raptor, which puts out higher thrust. We're also getting an energy storage upgrades, tons of avionics changes, a lot of things that will enable longer duration missions. One notable thing you'll start seeing on the outside are these new docking adapters, which we'll use when we bring two starships together for propellant transfer.
Let's go.
That's a core capability of Starship that we're going to demonstrate next year.
Look at
Bottom
them
line, though,
hug.
this is the Starship we're planning to use for all of our next major milestones: orbital missions, return to launch site and catch, reuse, propellant transfer, and then making our way to the moon and Mars. Now, Super Heavy, we've shown some of this off, some of this hardware already coming out of the factory. It has upgrades like this, a redesigned fuel transfer tube. That thing's roughly the same size as the first stage of a Falcon 9 rocket. That channels all that cryogenic fuel down to Super Heavy's 33 engines. We made it bigger. It's basically a rocket inside of our rocket that gives us a faster, more reliable flip and simultaneous engine startup. New booster also going to have an integrated hot stage, a lot more vent area, and it's designed to be fully reusable. Pressure from those engine plumes gets vented out, mostly offset just by the pressure in the fuel tank. That is the top of the fuel tank. And then we add a non-structural layer of steel on the top that helps take all the heating. It's mapped to where all the high heating goes. Grid fins also getting...
Oh, man, I got to ask that question in NSF, like, what did they do to the top? And I was like, they must have reinforced it, or it's probably not a big deal, but there's the answer.
Lift and catch.
Dang it, Dan.
That's all made possible. There's
5
a new
hours
catch
ago.
point addition on those grid fins. We've also kind of reclocked their position on the booster. That aligns them with the catch arms. Yeah, we got it right in the middle there. All right, and then powering it all, Raptor 3. Looks radically different, just straight up radical. Tons of major changes. It's coming in higher thrust, dramatic reduction in parts. Tons of control mechanisms moved inside. Our McGregor teams built some additional stands like this one, which essentially is the bottom of a Super Heavy booster. Lets us do gimbal or steering tests. So that's been really exciting to see. We've also been getting vacuum versions of Raptor 3 into test. The first flight engines are already in production and are about to start acceptance testing for Flight 12. So a lot of exciting changes coming, and we're getting ready to mass produce everything, including one of the really key contributors to that Raptor reusability, the heat shield
He's got a
tile.
nice shirt on.
Let's jump over to Tyler real quick in Hawthorne, who's got a really cool look at what's happening with tiles in Florida.
Look over here. No.
Thank you, Dan. Indeed, Starship's heat shield is the linchpin to full and rapid reusability. We can't launch, land, refuel, and launch again if we have to spend months refurbishing the heat shield after every launch, like they did in the Space Shuttle program. So, in a future where Starship is flying several
Tyler,
times a
don't
day,
dump on the shuttle.
many thousands of heat shield tiles will be required. So yeah, we need to get cooking on those tiles, which is exactly what's happening inside the fully automated bakery down at the Cape.
Huh?
In just 3 years, tile production at the bakery has surpassed the total number of tiles produced during the 30 years of the shuttle program.
Don't eat tile.
To go from the raw material to a finished tile, it takes about 40 hours. And today, the bakery is producing about 1,000 tiles a day. But it's set up to produce enough tiles for 10 ships per month, which is about 7,000 tiles a day, or a tile off the line every 13 seconds. So yeah, the bakery is well on its way to providing Starship with all the tiles for missions to Mars and beyond. And for today's flight, we've made a modification to the heat shield tiles. Dan, do you mind filling us in on what's being referred to as the Crunchwrap tile?
Absolutely. I always love to get to do a little show and tell. So we've got thousands of these heat shield tiles covering Starship. Now they're kind of all next to each other. There's a small gap in between all of them. You got to leave a little bit of space as that metal underneath will expand and contract. That way they don't crunch into each other and start breaking. However, that lets some of that plasma kind of seep through, and we see really high heating on the sides and then down on the metal. To help fix that, we have this, the crunch wrap that everyone has heard about. So we take essentially that's called Vulcan felt that we then wrap around. And so as these tiles are next to each other, you've got a small bit in between that's going to help offset that heating. It's just one of the ways we're continuing to iterate on this heat shield, getting towards rapid reusability. Hopefully it's going to help Starship live Moss. You know, everything is just going to get us to that end state of a fully and rapidly reusable vehicle. So pretty much the entire vehicle has those on it today. We've done this on multiple Starships previously, but this time pretty much the whole vehicle has it. So that was special for today. All right, enough heat shield tiles. Let's go quick check-in on the pad. So if you did notice, we did shift our T0 just a little bit. We're now counting down to...
All right, speaking of ads, I'm going to run ads inside of 10 minutes on Twitch here so you guys don't get ads during the launch. I'll see you on the other side. I hate running ads, to be honest with you. But what I hate more is ads that are intrusive and interrupt the content. So we're going to run ads now so you don't get ads during the flight. See you on the other side, Ray. Now, if you're still here on YouTube, or if you have Twitch and you're subscribed or have Turbo, hey, what's up? I'm just going to...
We're not currently tracking any issues on the vehicle or the pad. You can see our fill levels are getting up there. We're almost completely done with our propellant loading. We've gone through all of our checkouts so far this morning, aligning our guidance, navigation, and control system, getting the vehicles ready for prop load, the farm. Everything's gone pretty smoothly so far. We got through our go, no-go for prop load. That happens at T-minus 1 hour and 15 minutes. We've been loading fuel and locks on board the ship since about 53 minutes before launch. Booster started just about 10 minutes after that. We continue loading prop until just around 3 minutes before liftoff. And then at that point, we'll be ready to go. So bottom line at the moment, we're looking real good. Again, 6:23 and 41 seconds Central Time is our target T0. So we're going to keep counting down.
Sounds like great news so far. Thank you, Dan. And we do say it repeatedly because it's important to understand, but these flight tests are all about the data. Data helps us build and fly faster until we're eventually ready to fly people and cargo at scale to Mars. That is our foundational mission and basically just the major inspiration for our work here every day.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Amanda. And our first missions to the Red Planet are just down the road, and we recently shared some exciting news. Starship cargo flights to the Martian surface for research, development, and exploratory missions begin in 2030.
Let's go.
And we already have our first customer.
Yeah, exactly. Starship is open for business, and one of the first payloads will be provided by the Italian Space Agency.
Hey!
We recently signed a first-of-its-kind agreement to carry Italian experiments on the initial Starship missions that deliver customer payloads to Mars. In related news, Starship cargo flights to the surface of the Moon for research, development, and exploratory missions will start in 2028.
Awesome.
So a ton of Starship activity to look forward to, and if you'd like to learn more about our mission to making humanity multiplanetary, go ahead and visit spacex.com/Mars. Okay, now as we get closer to launch, development continues down here at Starbase, Texas, to shape this growing city into a truly unique place to live and work. And part of being a city, particularly one surrounded by nature, is environmental stewardship. The nearby Boca Beach dunes have unfortunately been eroding at an alarming rate for some time, so SpaceX is teaming up with Cameron County and the city of Starbase to stop that erosion and hopefully preserve the beach for years to come.
Yeah, and as one of its first permanent residents and someone who's actually called Starbase home for over 3 years now, I can tell you the beach totally adds to the uniqueness and awesomeness of living here. Starbase is truly unlike any other place on Earth. You know, where else can you see the world's biggest rocket every single day?
Yeah, Starbase is definitely the place to be, and we're always looking for more people to come help build the future of spaceflight.
Yeah, particularly engineers, especially for our propulsion and mechanical system teams.
You could be working on tests just like these ones, proving out the designs of our next generation Super Heavy booster. Fun fact, we actually tested the booster to 13,400 tons of thrust, which is more than the power of 3.5 Saturn V rockets, which is just crazy. We're also looking for civil and structural engineers to help literally build the future.
Whether it's buildings like the Gigabays currently going up at both Starbase and the Cape, each is a massive vertical integration and assembly facility with over 700,000 square feet of workspace. Both sites are currently in progress, actually going vertical as we speak. Or you could be designing the Starship launch sites of the future. There's really no shortage of future to build here. So visit spacex.com/careers to see all of our openings if you're interested.
Okay, now as we head into terminal count, all eyes are on the rocket. Dan, how are we looking? Are we green?
Amanda, we are so green. Everything's still looking really good. So we've got a green range, not tracking any blockers there to launch. We're continuing to load prop on board the vehicle. We're just about to close out, so we'll close out again, just about 3 minutes and 20 seconds before liftoff. We'll close out on ship, and then booster just about 30 seconds later. And then you end up with about 11 million pounds of liquid propellant on board those two stages. After we're fully loaded on the vehicle, the pad itself gets ready for launch. We do what's called pushbacks. We clear all that prop out of the lines in the tower and the feed system back into the tanks to get ready for launch. And then in the next couple of minutes, we're going to do our final GNC guidance, navigation, and control system alignment. We're going to arm the automatic flight safety system, and then we're going to do final kind of wiggle checks on the steering for the engines, which we might be able to catch a quick peek at as we get closer to those. If we need to hold, which we are not currently tracking,
I'm shutting off
that
notifications,
would
guys.
happen at
Appreciate all the
T-minus 40
support.
seconds.
Thank you so much.
Built into our countdown, we can pause and wait there for any final checkouts, anything that we need to hold for.
Once we pass that T-minus 40 seconds, a number of events will occur in rapid succession. The ground spin and ignition systems come up to flight pressure, and ship switches to internal power. After that, the quick disconnect arm lockout is removed in preparation for retraction shortly after T0. Now, once we pass T-minus 40 seconds, if any problems come up, we do still have the ability to recycle the count under certain conditions back to T-minus 40 seconds and hold there to assess what happened and then see if we can proceed again to liftoff.
Yep, however, once the water for the deflector system begins flowing at T-minus 10 seconds, any issue after that would be an automatic scrub for the day, as teams would need to refill the deflector's water tanks as well as the propellant storage tanks at the tank farm before making another attempt.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Wait a minute. Why is the
All right, we are coming up on 3 minutes away from launch. You can see the frost line all the way up. We've just closed out prop load onto the ship. Booster coming up shortly. Yeah, in about 10 seconds, we'll finish loading prop on the booster, and then again, we'll have about 11 million pounds of that liquid oxygen, liquid methane on board the vehicles.
SQD vent is on.
Not currently tracking a reason to hold at T-minus 40. It can pop up at the last moment, or after we pass that gate. We can always hang out there for a couple of minutes if we need to. We do have some extra time. We're not constantly topping off the propellant in these vehicles, so we have about a 7-8 minute window where we can wait for any final issues to clear. We're not currently tracking a reason to hold there. Again, our range continues to be green as we look at sea and airspace both out over the Gulf and in our reentry zone out in the Indian Ocean. All right, 2 minutes, 15 seconds to go. A lot of things on tap for Flight 11. Planned to be the last launch of this version of Starship and Super Heavy.
That's the new pattern.
Once again, we're really focused on getting ship over to reentry. Once we get to that phase, we're going to dive in. There's a lot of exciting stuff that's going to be happening on our way back through and down to the ground, hopefully out in the Indian Ocean.
Yep, that's this pad, and then that's that pad over there.
Minute 45. Should hopefully be seeing... There's a quick wiggle check. Checking out the thrust vector control, the steering on the booster. We use those inner 13 engines. Nice. Doing their one final dance before the big show. And we'll do that one more time after we cross that T-minus 40 gate. All right, range continues to be green.
So they're going to get into their 40-second hold
any
gate.
issues on vehicle or pad.
Arsenal. If they get inside of 40 seconds, if we get inside of 40 seconds here, guys, we should be good. 40 is their last hold gate. So if there's anything...
As a reminder, we can hold at T-minus 40.
Listen.
We're not planning to.
Inside of 40,
right.
Let's go. Let's go.
For T-minus
Let's
40.
fly.
Let's
I'm
listen
feeling
in.
it.
Flight Director Ty Huntington back in the seat. Take us through the final
30
Flight
seconds.
directors, go
until
for launch.
Enjoy it, guys. This is special. This is good stuff. I love it. 15. 10.
Minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3,
Deluge plate
2,
on for the last time.
1. We have liftoff.
33 engines going and liftoff. The last flight.
Flights, pad 1.
Last flight of Pad 1. The 11th flight of Starship.
Vehicles pitching downrange.
That's great.
Booster Raptor chamber pressure nominal.
That's terrific.
Booster and ship nominal power and telemetry.
All right, we are about 45 seconds into flight. We're still getting the rattle here at Star Factory. We are seeing 33 out of 33 Raptor engines lit on Super Heavy as it arcs across the Gulf. Coming up next on Max Q.
1 minute. Maximum dynamic pressure. I thought the front of the vehicle fell off there, but it was artifacting.
Max
All right,
Q.
So at this point, we've passed through that period of maximum
tape.
aerodynamic pressure.
Some of the
The
crunch
next
wrap
thing
up
we're
there.
looking forward to is going to be hot staging. So we've got 33 out of 33 Raptors lit. Super Heavy makes its way uphill.
90
Hot
seconds
staging
in,
is
everything
going to
looks
be
good.
coming up in just a little over a minute. At that point, we're going to see all but 3 of those Raptor engines on Super Heavy shut down. Our version of MECO. Most engines cut off instead of main engine. And then after that, we're going to release the clamps that are currently holding
now?
Starship to that hot stage adapter. It's then going to ignite its 6 Raptor engines to push it away from Super Heavy and then start making its flight uphill. So in about 30 seconds, we're going to see the engines start to shut down on Super Heavy. You'll see them kind
the
of
whole
shut off in
vehicle's
separate banks
rolling for the
until we've just got
deterministic
those
flip.
3
Super Heavy's
center
gonna go that
engines
way
that never stop
when it
running
separates. It's gonna
for
go
this
like this, and it's
process.
gonna flip.
And then looking for 6 ship Raptors.
Okay, coming up on most engines cut off. You should
All
see
right.
all of these go away except for the center
MECO coming
3.
up in about 10 seconds.
And then we, as Dan said just a second ago, we should see 6 engines good on Starship. That graphic will show
See
up
the
over
engines
there.
throttling down.
Booster engine cut off.
Okay. Hot staging.
Ship ignition.
Oh, yeah.
Stage separation. Boost back burn.
Dude. They got all but 1. 12 engines lit. Oh,
All right,
that's
successful hot staging
awesome,
maneuver. So
man.
we've got 12 of the 13 engines lit back up on boosters, so it's doing its boost back. Real excitingly,
Ship
though,
chamber
we've got
pressure's
6
nominal.
out of 6 Raptors lit on ship there, so it's now going to continue to make its ascent into outer space. Meanwhile, this boost back is happening. We're using those 13 engines, so everything, well, 12 out of the 13, and then we go down to 3, and then we're going to shut down for the end of boost back. That's sending Super Heavy back towards its planned splashdown zone in the Gulf. Right
That's
after
fine,
we
Baron.
finish this boost back burn, we're also going to separate the hot stage. This will be the final time
Boost back
that
burn
we're
shut
doing
down.
this. Is all right, there's the end of the boost back burn. We should be seeing the hot stage.
Ring separation. Here it goes.
So the hot stage separates.
Last
It's going to
one.
make its way down, also splash down in the Gulf. In the meantime, though, these 6 ship Raptors are going to continue firing for about 5 more minutes. Next up for the booster, though, is going to be its landing burn.
Dude.
There's a cool tracking shot. We dumped
the
some
ring.
of the prop out on our way back in.
Look at the ring. See the ring next to it?
All right, so for booster,
that's
this
wild.
is one of the main things we're trying to get is going to be this landing burn. Oh, that's so you can see the hot stage kind of making its way towards the left side. So that's the bottom of the booster. It's about to pass right in front of where you can see some of that prop dump happening.
Oh my goodness.
They look like they're close together, but there's a good amount of distance between them, and the hot stage will go down and splash down in the Gulf while the booster comes back for its landing burn.
Plus 5 minutes. Everything's looking good.
Starship is on nominal trajectory.
Still got 6 engines good on the ship.
Looking good on our trajectory, looking good on everything. Jake and Amanda, you guys with me down there?
Yeah, definitely. The crowd is gathering over here in the office. You can definitely feel the energy in here. Great to see that booster is making its way down to the splashdown zone in the Gulf.
Yeah, the shaking down here was absolutely nuts. The windows are still there, still intact. So that was pretty awesome. But yeah, booster's coming down. We're at about 30 kilometers. All right, yeah, and as we approach that landing, just like tower catches, we will be doing a 13-engine landing burn to slow down. This time it will be in a V3 configuration.
Getting a little hot down
and
the
as
bottom
we're
of
starting
that
to get
thing.
into the denser part of the atmosphere, the booster is using 4 hypersonic grid fins to guide itself through atmospheric entry towards its landing site.
And we're just about 20 seconds away from landing burn start, where we'll first ignite the center 13 engines, then bring that down to 5 to slow
Ship's
down
5
the booster
kilometers
for
off the
landing.
deck,
And finally,
1,500
that will come
kilometers
down
an
to
hour.
3, and we'll cut all of them off while we're
Grid
still
fin's doing
about
work.
200 meters in the air.
Got to start of the landing
booster
burn.
is going to see a bit of a
13 engines on.
Booster landing burn started.
Down to 5, as planned. And she's hovering.
Booster landing burn shut down.
Landing burn shut down.
And there we heard it. Booster landing burn shut down. We saw a 13 to 5 to 3 V3 demonstration.
And that's all she
into the
wrote.
water we go.
That was excellent.
Wow, that
Perfect.
was absolutely awesome. If you can even hear us right now, congrats to the whole SpaceX team. So far, so good for today. That was incredible.
All right, great stuff, guys.
That was perfect, guys. That's exactly
I'm
what they
jealous of
planned
the
to do.
crowd. All right,
now, they
back
did
to
lose the
ship. Ship's
booster.
Still making its way. We've got a little.
They did lose the booster, but that was intended, so that was just fine. Everything went perfect there. They went from 13 engines down to 5, center 3, 2 on the flanks. That's mimicking a booster version 3, the next generation booster. That's mimicking that landing profile, and it did it perfect. And then it hovered for a second, and then, but still got the ship. Still plenty more mission here.
Really cool to see Booster go through that landing burn. That was one of our really key demonstrations we wanted to try and do today. Is that
Sonic
mimicking
booms
what
from the
we're gonna
hot
be
staging ring.
Hopefully doing. Oh, we just got our sonic boom.
Did you hear
Sounds
that?
like from the booster coming back.
Or the booster.
All right, less than a minute to go. So we are going to see the 3 RVACs, the vacuum optimized engines, shut down first, and then we'll shut down those 3 center engines. So we should be a little under a minute until SECO. Just a reminder, this is putting us into a suborbital trajectory, so we're intentionally just going slow enough that we're not going to achieve full orbit. This puts us on a course where those engines shut off, and no matter what, we're coming back.
Starship is in
landing
terminal
zone
guidance.
All right, so the
in the
magic,
Indian Ocean. All right, terminal
the
guidance.
magic number we're looking over here for over here is between 27,000 and 28,000, depending on the trajectory. That's what we want here. Still got 6 good engines here coming up on second stage engine cutoff. We got 3 Vector engines
All right,
shut down.
RVACs have shut off. 3 more to go.
ship engine cutoff?
They went to 26.5 that time. Not 27 to 28. It's at 26.5. Perfect. At least I think.
All right. All ship Raptors have shut
Nominal
down.
orbit insertion.
Good call for nominal orbit, so
You
that's
just
where it
heard
was supposed to
nominal
go.
orbital insertion, so we are on the path that we wanted to be. So we've got a ship back in space, a whole lot planned for it, lots more still to come. Great seeing Super Heavy make its way to the water, but I'm excited to see what ship can do in space. How's everybody doing down there?
Off to a good start.
Okay. Flaps are moving. Looks like
Yeah, if you could hear the crowd behind
D
us
had a
this whole
track.
time, people are definitely happy with how the day's been panning out so far. Definitely exciting to see Starship safely in space, and super pumped to see all the team's hard work in action here today.
Yeah, and we guaranteed it at the start of the show, but
Yeah,
it has
Hokie,
been an
there's-
awesome
it's the
day
suborbital
so far.
trajectory.
It's crazy. All this has happened in just 10 minutes. All the
oh,
objectives were
something
met
came
on the
off there.
booster, including that V3 style landing burn. So now all eyes are
So
on
they're
the
purging
ship
out
as
the
we get
engines
ready
here.
for our in-space objectives. But we've got a few minutes until that next milestone, so sit tight, enjoy the views, enjoy
Yeah.
the space jams. We'll be back at T plus 16 minutes for payload deploy.
That was awesome. Hey, Clark. 2-month resub. Thanks, guys. Thank you for all the support. How's that, huh? That's super cool, man. I'm sorry, that thing just makes me so happy. Yeah, they're purging down the engines there. You won't get claimed with SpaceX's music. We're gonna do a Raptor relight, Cape. Yep. You just saw it from Coco in your backyard article. That's awesome, dude. People saw it in Florida. Thune, man. Thune. That one saga at the beginning, Knockblix, yeah. You saw it, goalie. That's excellent, man. That's awesome. They have dumb links on board, Eukerman. Why did they purge? Is it a cooling mechanism? They're gonna purge out the engines with nitrogen blazing. If I had to guess, it's probably nitrogen because that's the only thing they have on board. They really want to get the liquid oxygen out of there as much as humanly possible. You don't want to leave LOX sitting in a rocket engine that's not firing. If you do, well, liquid oxygen is oxygen. Oxygen oxidizes things. It could rust the engine from the inside out, even leaving it in there for a little amount of time. You got to evacuate all the fuel and oxidizer out of that thing. At the very least, you're mitigating risk of an explosion, right? At the very maximum, you guys just really want to do combos while I'm talking. That's good. I appreciate it. Thank you. But you don't want to rust the engine from the inside out. Check out the orientation graphic. Does it seem weird to you? No. Looks all right. I mean, we got a little bit of a pitch rate. It can rust in 30 minutes or less. Yeah, it's a rocket engine. The tolerances are not that high. They're really tight tolerances. Yeah, we're talking about, I mean, stuff is very precisely engineered. About 350. Yep. Guys, right now it's flying. When it purged out all the engines, it's flying in that cloud of purged out gases. It'll get out of it in a second. That's why you can't really see much, dude. Look. Look at the lights, man. Those lights are down in the Caribbean. Is Pluto a planet? Oh, yeah. Nice, goalie. You saw it, dude. That's cool. Pluto was never a planet, Cope. I don't really care, to be honest with you guys. I don't really care. I don't really care if it's a planet or not. We should go there and put a flag on it. Is that fair? We should go there. Maybe instead of sitting here arguing over whether it's a dwarf planet or a planet, maybe we should go send somebody there and figure it out. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, it's like, oh, should we go to the Mars? Should we go to Moon? How about you just go there? You know, how about you just go? How about you just go? It's been a half century. How about we just go? That'd be pretty cool. Should just do that. Yeah, why don't we send somebody there to ask? Why don't you just go to all the planets now? You know, instead of sitting here wondering like, well, it's a dwarf planet. No, it's a planet. No, it's a caption. Why don't you just go? You should just go there. I don't really want to rewind during the mission, Okie. But I saw what you were saying. I don't know what that was. It just could be light swamp gas reflecting off of Venus or something. Yeah, Shmamron, now you're speaking my language. You know what I'm saying?
All right, welcome back,
Hi, Dan.
everybody. If you're just now joining us,
I made some
where the heck were
refreshments,
you?
Dan.
But we are getting ready for payload deploy. That's going to start once we get the payload door open. That should be happening, or at least starting, within the next minute or
About
so.
45 minutes.
It's been a really cool flight so far.
Dude, dumb links.
Look inside the payload. We've got 8 Starlink simulators getting ready to make their
Open
way
the pod bay
into
doors
outer
again,
space.
Hal.
But great flight so far. Booster able to make it all the way to its splashdown and landing burn experiment. So
keep
that was
your eyes
really
peeled
exciting to
see.
see.
Here.
We got
Watch
ship
this.
on orbit, nominal.
Watch the
orbital
letterbox.
insertion, so
It'll
right in the money with
it'll
its
open
trajectory. Up. Now we're ready to start tackling a couple of in-space objectives.
There's a little bit of gases
next
inside
up,
of the payload
we
base.
are
See all
currently
this?
venting down the nose cone, essentially the payload area of Starship, as we get ready to open up this payload door. We were able to do this successfully for the very first time on our last flight, on Flight 10.
Oh, there it goes.
Oop. Hal got ahead of me. Looks like he's opening up the payload door already.
Yeah, that last shot didn't have the door open, but that shot does. Hey guys, did I see something else on one of those dumb links? I'm serious. I thought I see. Look, that one has something on it. So does this one.
All right, looks like we got the door
What is that?
open.
What is that? It's got wires on it, whatever it is. Please. 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 I don't know if it is for sure. I'm not like vague posting. I don't know what that is. See it right there? I don't know what it is, but it's got wires and it's on one of the dumb links and it wasn't there last time. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
They are roughly the same size as the V3 Starlink satellites that Starship's going to be carrying. That's going to add some pretty crazy capacity. We'll run through the numbers in a little bit. We were able to do this for the very first time ever on our last flight, and so this will be another test. We made a couple of tweaks to the rails for deploying this based off of what we saw last time.
It's a huge Tesla neon sign. You know, that'd be cool too, Bass, to be honest with you. I'd be cool with
iteration
that.
of Starship's also going to have kind of a more powerful PEZ. It's going to deploy these at a little bit faster speed, but looking to see our next demonstration of this hopefully in the next couple of seconds. We should start seeing them move out the door. I mean, that view on your left, so you're basically, that would be if you were sitting at the very top of the nose cone looking down.
They have Starlink
So
antennas
there's
on them?
Kind of a short stack.
Interesting.
There's 4 on either side. So 8 total. When we start flying Starlinks, for their actual deploy missions, we're going to be carrying stacks of about 60. So much larger stack once we start flying these operationally, but still doing a little bit of a short just for this payload deployed today.
Oh, here we go.
Looks like we got a little bit of movement there, Dan.
Jake, move your mic towards
Coax
your
it
mouth.
out. Get it moving, Jake.
There we go. All right. First one going
That's
out.
the goofiest payload deployment mechanism, and I don't care. It is the goofiest thing I've ever seen, but I love it. See, look, there's wires up there on the top satellites.
Deployed. Getting ready for the second one here. We do a little reset back to the center position.
Yeah, it takes about a minute for each one.
Oh my goodness. Look, guys, there's wires up on those dumplings. See them up there?
They made a couple of tweaks to those
Please.
rails. If you watched the last one,
Please.
it had a couple of bumps on the way out, but moving out super clean this time.
Yeah, and as noted earlier in the show, but definitely worth repeating, Starship will deploy Starlink's
Watch.
more advanced V3 satellites, adding 60 terabits
Watch
per
the
second
billet-
of capacity
this
to
billet
the
piece
network
on the
per
right.
launch. So that's 20 times more than each
It's going to
Falcon
load
9
it
launch
into the
does today.
dispenser, and then
Just
it's going to pull it.
incredible.
Then it's going to pull the rest of the satellites off the stack.
Yeah, and anybody that's been following Starship, you know Starlink's kind of
You gotta be
the
kidding
MVP for these flight tests, where it's not only giving us the views we're seeing right now,
That's cool,
but also just real-time data through every phase of flight. So we've got a couple dozen cameras on Starship. We've also got a bunch of cameras spread across the globe, including out in the Indian Ocean, where we've got our fun buoys floating. There goes another one.
That was the first
I mean,
one in the stack.
We're using Starlink to bring all of this together. It's our drone shots you see here from our great team down here at Starbase, all connected. So Starlink not only giving us cool views off the planet, but also on the planet, help bring everybody along for all these Starship.
Here we go with the second one. Second one on the stack. One link, two links.
That's number 4. Somebody check my math.
Yeah, guys, I noticed the satellites aren't really
We've got
wobbling around.
4
They're deploying
Starlink
straight every
terminals
time.
on the outside of Starship. He uses that to talk to the constellation, and through that, we actually get about 120 megabits of bandwidth for our downlink. That's our real-time HD
What
video,
is
all of our
this?
telemetry. So it's not just kind of
What
giving
is
us
that?
these cool views inside, but it's giving all that engineering data in real time, including re-entry. When normally a plasma layer builds up and blocks you out, Starlink powerful enough of a frequency that we're able to kind of punch through that and still get that live view.
This, dude, this is the weirdest payload deployment mechanism I've ever seen. You know what? I said it once. I don't care. That's so awesome, dude. Look, you see it leave. It rules. It's so nuts, dude. I don't know, Hidji. I pointed that out. There's a wire up there. You see that? There's something on the last dumpling.
The largest satellite
that right
constellation
there?
operating in low
There's
Earth orbit
something on
to
it.
deliver high-speed, low-latency broadband internet. This provides internet access to people around the world, many of who have never had connectivity before. Oh.
Bye-bye.
Right. Today, Starlink serves more than 150 countries, territories, and other markets, with over 7 million active customers and counting. To meet the global growing demand for high-speed internet, SpaceX expanded its factory over in Bastrop, Texas, which is just
Now,
outside
I'm wondering
of
what the
Austin,
wire is going to do
and also
now.
introduced Starlink Mini, as well as an upgraded version of the Starlink Standard kit.
Yeah, and one thing to note about the satellite deploy is that they will be following the same suborbital trajectory of the ship. So these dummy sats will not be going in orbit. We do expect them to burn up.
Watch that
on
wire.
re-entry.
What's going to happen when that thing moves up? It should move up now.
All right, couple more to go. I promise
It
one
disconnected.
of these days we'll deploy in daylight. But we're basically trading deploy.
Whatever, dude. Whatever this one going, it has something. It has something electrical on it.
Daytime.
Battery top off. Yep, maybe.
All right, I think we got one more to go.
Come on.
All right, now with payload deploy complete, Starship will now close its payload door and continue to coast around Earth to the Indian Ocean. We still have a ton of major events to come today, including Raptor Relight at about T plus 37 minutes.
Come on.
That will be followed by atmospheric reentry and splashdown. So
What are they
with that,
cheering?
We're going to go on another quick coast.
Yeah, if you can hear us.
Let's go! Yeah! Payload bay door is closed. Sorry. Yes.
All right, with that payload door closed, we're going to sit tight, enjoy the views, and enjoy the space jams. Again, we'll be back in just a few minutes for Raptor Relight and then head back for reentry.
Dude, I'm really wondering what was on that last Starlink. What was on that last one? It had some wires going to it. And the crowd was cheering, but they were cheering for something else. They cheered once, and then they cheered again, and that's when the payload bay door closed. So something else is going on here. They were cheering for a Bills touchdown. Has that game even started yet? I don't think it's even started. I think that last one had a camera on it, man. I want to believe, man. I want to believe. How long are we coasting? Probably another 15 minutes. Nice, goalie. A relight is going to make it go bye-bye. I really need to have a camera on that satellite when the Starship does its Raptor relight to see it do a KSP and go bye-bye. I need that in my life, Mutter. I need it. I need it. I didn't realize that I needed it until like maybe 30 seconds ago, but I need it. Holographic projector, Eda Joe's billboards in space. I mean, that's cool, but no. Please, no. Bills Falcons tied 7-7. Okay. FCC license from earlier this month. Second paragraph, fast read. Space station. These mass simulators will deploy at suborbital altitudes, and the space stations on the mass simulators will transmit for TT&C purposes in the KU, KA, and E-band frequency, which the Commission has already authorized SpaceX Gen 2 satellites to use for the brief time period before those simulators fully demise. Hey, if they're broadcasting, dude. Oh, YouTube short of the launch. Thanks, drummer. If they're broadcasting, that doesn't mean that there isn't a camera on it. Yeah, that last one was not so dumb link. Okay, drummer, no problem. Yeah, Hinris, that's what I was saying. There was a little white wire that when it loaded it onto the rack for deployment, it pulled it off and it disconnected. It had a quick disconnect on it. I don't know, Fluffy, maybe. Zuna, I have not seen it yet. I don't want to watch replays, guys. I want to watch the mission live. We'll watch replays when the thing's down in the ocean. Older, what's up, man? Does SpaceX receive any government funding? They don't receive government funding. They get paid for contract services, Buffalo. So, like, NASA pays them to send people to the space station. And they do it, and they get paid. NASA is paying them to build a lunar lander, and they're working on it, and will get paid. You know what the messed up part is, Older Buffalo, at this point? NASA missions aren't even the cash cow. Starlink's the cash cow. They make way more money off Starlink than they do off NASA contracts. And NASA's got some deep pockets, dude. Isn't that crazy? SpaceX, dude, SpaceX is big aerospace at this point. The company's worth $400 billion. And that, keep in mind, that is a market estimation. But, dude, we've always wondered, man. Like, Buffalo, I know you, dude. I know you watched for a little while. We've always wondered, like, what could SpaceX do with a blank check? There you go. This is your answer. Did someone say Buffalo? Yeah, Older Buffalo was also telling me that the Bills are doo-doo faces. Hey, can't see me? Thanks so much for the stream. I have Starlink now, by the way. It works great. Awesome. NASA pays for the development, Starlink pays the cadence. You know what, Good Bites? That is a really good way of saying that, dude. You're absolutely right. That is how that transpired, isn't it? Look at that, man. Guys, I say this every time we watch this. You are getting a shot from a live shot of a spaceship flying through space being live streamed to you. It's right there. I mean, it's a little foggy. Is it spinny? No, the gases. So Starship outgassed and purged its engines, right? And then it rotated a little bit. And if it stops, the gases around it from outgassing they'll just stay there. They're just going with the ship. It's actually the gases rotating around the ship and the ship's staying still. I know, it's a little trippy. Right? Not a lot of you guys are used to this kind of stuff. That's right, Hibbit. They did. Think about it. If Starship shoots off gases, right? From engine purging, right? And then rotates a little bit, right? And it uses those gases to rotate. The gases are just going to keep rotating even though Starship stays in the same spot. It looks trippy. It makes it look like the ship is tumbling, but it's not. It's just the gases around it. It's weird, right? Don't worry. When the Raptors relight, you'll see it go away. So it doesn't purge with enough force to change the trajectory. Correct. That's right. They're just vents, dude. They're not a thruster. Shouldn't the gases dissipate outwards? Well, yeah, of course. They are dissipating outwards, dude. But if they don't have most of the velocity of the ship is being pushed in the direction that the ship is going. A little outgas from a purge line will make it expand, right? But the expansion is very slowly because the rate at which the gases were exhausted was not a lot. So that cloud is just getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And trust me, you'll see it zip when they light the Raptor engines. You'll see it zip out of that cloud. It's the trippiest thing ever, dude. I know, Daytao. It's pretty awesome. What is the attitude of the ship in relation to Earth? Tech, it's actually down there on the right, guys. So, I know that this information is good because, look, your orbital information is changing because they have a connection to the ship through Starlink. So that tells me that attitude control over there is right. What else could be rotating around the ship at this point in time? Right? What else could it be? It's got to be the gases from purging. The views were nice and clear until they purged out the engines. When they purged the engines out, all of a sudden it's in a big cloud of gas. That cloud of gas is just going with it. And then Starship rotated a little bit. Crazy, right? Or it could be aliens. You know, whatever. You know, it could be aliens. That's true. It could be. And if it shoots gases off while it's rotating, I mean, the gases could kind of go straight out, but with those purging gases, it just kind of sits
some
there.
Exciting stuff because Starship successfully deployed its second ever payload, 8 Starlink simulator satellites. And now we're expecting the relight of a single sea-level Raptor engine in space coming up here just after T+.
Aliens might be easier to understand.
So about a minute left to go.
Yep, just a little while. I think we're tracking to 37 in around 49.
Now, keep in mind, guys, like, when I say the gases are rotating, that's not like the best way to describe it. It's just going, the cloud of gases from purging is just going with Starship. Starship is rotating in it, right? And Starship is constantly modified. Like, you can see it's outgassing some more. It's constantly doing that. And so it kind of looks like they're rotating, but it's not. It's kind of more just flying with a cloud of itself. Like the gases are, I said the gases are rotating. That's not really the right way to say it, but that's more or less what's going on. It's just flying in a cloud of its own exhaust. It's crop dusting itself. You know what I mean?
In a smaller, more easily pressurized container.
But you can see it rotated back into position.
On-orbit burns, and we're also going to tap into those when we do our landing burn. So this will be a critical capability once we go to full orbital missions.
Run free, exactly. It's trippy to explain this stuff, dude.
And send it back down to Earth. But in this instance,
happens to all of us.
We're already on our way back down towards
there.
Earth. So this is just going to demonstrate the capability of turning one of these engines on. We should be coming up in just about 20 seconds or so.
Watch, it'll shoot out of its own cloud of gas.
To turn back on. They've been off since we completed that successful ascent burn almost 30 minutes ago.
The interesting thing is the orientation of the ship seems to be due east.
Oh, Raptor ignition.
Here we go.
And shutdown.
See? Look at it leave the cloud! Oh, that's killer!
There was that Raptor relight. Looks
Dude!
like engine 3 full
Yes!
operation. As Dan mentioned, that's a third attempt.
Something else came off over there.
Just did it 3 times in a row. So congrats to the team. The
That's sick, dude.
And then there we heard nominal second orbital insertion.
Did you see the cloud move away? And now they're purging again, so it looks like it's still in it.
We're going to take another break, and we'll be back for re-entry at about T+45 minutes. We'll see you soon.
You see the big cloud that it left? Oh, that is sick, dude. Guys, something that I noticed here, the orientation of the ship is that's a posigrade burn. The ship's heading is due east. They pushed the re-entry trajectory. That's a posigrade burn. which explains the 26,000 and not 27,000 that they usually do. Oh my goodness.
Starship is slewing for entry.
That was something down on the ground, whatever that was. I thought something went weird for a second, but it looks like the video just screwed up. So see this stuff down here? Those are cities. See that? Isn't that something? I don't know, Daniel. I don't know what that was, dude, but it was something super bright. Why did they only relight one of the engines? 'Cause that's all they needed to relight. Was that a volcano, dude? Because I saw it and I'm like, I was about to say that was a city, but that looked a little bright for a city. Dude. Look at, see that cloud? That cloud's way behind it now. Look at how clear, look at, you can see everything now. Look at that, man. Entry interface is in about 4 more minutes, guys. What you're seeing here is the outgassing from the ship. So like the attitude control systems, they're interacting. Look, Starship is very pitched up now. It's the thrusters pushing the ship up, and you're seeing it interact with some just small bits of purging gases, I think, and atmosphere. Because you can see when it outgasses, the gases very quickly go that way. It's the RCS interacting with the atmosphere. Swamp gas reflected off of Venus. I'm making sure as hard as I can to not sound like I'm about to neuralize you, all right? I swear. So even up at 118 kilometers, guys, that's about 70 miles, give or take. Even up there, there's still some atmosphere, right? There's still some, and once again, it's in the purge cloud from shutting off the engines after the Raptor relight. What you're seeing is the RCS hitting the cloud of the exhaust gases, and that's also interacting with the gases in the upper parts of the atmosphere. That's why they kind of flow that way when they light off. I know, it sounds like Men in Black, I get it. Swamp gas reflected off of Venus, but there's a bunch of different gases being shot out by the ship, and that's interacting with the atmosphere. And you'll see it interact with the atmosphere a lot here in a second when it decides to light those gases on fire. Yeah, good stuff. Also, we should start getting sunlight here in a moment. It's a massive wildfire that burned more than a third of Etosha National Park in Namibia. That sucks. Hello? The RCS gas is ullage gases. That's a little different than purging gases, Sewer Rat. They're using the residual pressure inside of the tanks. Also, on the front flap dragon flange, So as they get down as it starts going down into the atmosphere, guys, this gas hitting the upper parts of the atmosphere, the gas is going to start to disperse. And what you're going to see is the atmosphere compressing up against Starship. And when it compresses up against Starship, because Starship's going so ridiculously fast, it heats up. And it heats up so much to the point that, because Starship is going so ridiculously fast when it hits the atmosphere, it rips air molecules apart. The gas gets so compressed and it heats up so much that it ionizes and rips itself to pieces and turns to plasma. And that's what you're about to see. You're about to see plasma accumulate on the bottom of the vehicle, and it'll shoot off in a huge fire wake off the side of the vehicle. This is my favorite part, man. This is part of what's called entry, descent, and landing, or EDL, as what people call it in the spaceflight industry. Entry, descent, and landing. We're getting up to the point of entry interface, which should be here in about like the next 30 seconds. They'll probably tee up commentary again.
All right, welcome back, everyone. The ship is currently re-entering Earth's atmosphere. As a reminder, we don't plan to recover the spacecraft today, but rapid and reliable reusability is the ultimate goal.
Yeah, the light show has already begun. You can see plasma starting to build on the windward side of the rocket there. And, re-entry is a critical phase of flight, and we need information on how the ship systems perform. Re-entry is also extremely demanding portion of flight because we need the ship to scrub off all of the energy we used to launch the rocket. So remember, the 33 engines plus the 6 engines on ship that we used to get up into space, we now are using aero braking essentially to scrub off all that energy.
All right, so it's this thing right here. And, of course, they cut the camera. Guys, I want to say that this is something that you really cannot test for on the ground. You can't test for entry, descent, and landing. You can't test re-entry. That's why the first shuttle missions, for instance, in the first shuttle mission in 1981, they had people on board. There's no way you can test it. You can test individual tiles, and you can test, subscale models in what's called an arc jet, which is basically a fire wind tunnel where it shoots fire out instead of wind, right? But you're not going to test it on the scale of something that's this big. This thing is as tall as a 15-story building coming back from space. These views are priceless to see how plasma propagation works. It's so cool.
Data and help us rapidly iterate Starship's design.
And if the ship does manage to make it all the way to re-entry, we'll collect valuable data on the spacecraft flying through the Earth's atmosphere at hypersonic speeds, or more than 5 times the speed of sound.
I saw it, Nancy. I saw
re-entry
the
is
tiles
typically
on the
a portion of flight where we don't have
chipped
communications with spacecraft, because it's re-entering at or around orbital velocity, which is roughly 8 kilometers per second or 5 miles per second. At those insanely high speeds, the spacecraft moving through the atmosphere creates a plasma field around the vehicle.
Yeah.
For instance, guys, with how fast the ship is going, it's going like 3 to 4 times faster than a rifle cartridge. This thing makes a bullet look slow. Okay? If this thing is a NASCAR, a bullet is a go-kart. Okay? And I know there's some go-karts that can go fast, but this is this makes rifle bullets go slow. This makes them look like they're going extremely slow. This is an insanely fast velocity here.
Reusability.
And it's reusable.
Now, as the ship makes its way back to Earth, we should start hearing some call-outs. When we hear entry max heating and entry max Q, that means the ship has made it through the maximum heating.
Yeah, baby.
And aerodynamic loads it will experience as it returns. So if it makes it through all of those, that's a pretty good sign that we're doing well.
It's not coming back to
yeah,
Texas.
We heard flaps have control of the vehicle now.
Oh!
Okay, there's a great shot there. You're starting to see the plasma build up.
So what you got here, this is your plasma shock right there, and then you have a stagnant area behind it. This is because the ship is pushing all the air out of the way, the fiery air out of the way. You get a lot of low pressure on the backside of the ship. That doesn't necessarily mean that the back of the ship is cool, though. That means it gets really hot here because it's low pressure. There's less air to take away the heat. The backside of the ship does get hot. Now, it's not getting this hot. It's not getting as hot as the front of the ship, but it still gets toasty back there in what's called the stagnation area.
0.85, which is 480 to 575 miles per hour, or 770 to 930 kilometers per hour. Right now, we're going a little over 26,000 kilometers per hour. So compare that to the airplane at 930. It's pretty crazy how fast we're going here. All right, and after we hear the call out that Starship is transonic, we should hear the call out that Starship is subsonic. Subsonic, of course, refers to the speed that is much less than the speed of sound. So at that point, the ship's velocity will be starting to slow down, and we'll be looking a little bit more like some of our suborbital flights from, at this point, almost 5 years ago.
Yeah, so re-entry.
So you got recirculate. I had to go look it up. There's recirculating flow that's going on here. And then up here, these lines are called viscous flow. And that's going up more into a recompression region. You could see very clearly defined bow shock wake and then the boundary layer right behind it. See that? You cannot test for this stuff. Also, I want to be very clear. The last ship that we saw, when we saw ship 37 come through at this point, we were seeing a lot of sparks going on. You're seeing some sparking going on over here, but there's a lot less coming from this ship. Anytime you're seeing sparks come through the plasma like that, anytime you're seeing sparks, it means that a part of the ship is ablating off. That means a piece of it burnt off. You're seeing way less of that this time around. I'm not seeing any ablation going on here. There's just minimal amounts coming through this camera, but down here off the back of the ship, where you get recirculating flow back there, there's nothing. There ain't nothing. This thermal protection system is performing way better than ship 37's.
For ship, how resilient are we to these?
And right as I said it, a piece came off.
That could pop up. If we lose a tile anywhere in the vehicle, we want to know what that ultimate impact is going to be.
Sorry, guys.
So we've got a couple missing.
Of course that happened.
We had a bunch pulled over the primary fuel, the LOX tanks, everything. This one, we've got a tile missing right on top. So that's going to see some of the highest temperatures during this re-entry. And there's just bare steel right underneath it. So we're going to see if Starship's robust enough to pull through that. Also have some tiles missing around the aft flaps, specifically on the leading edge. So again, we're getting a really good look right at the leading edge.
Seeing some ablation now.
Really intense heating.
I jinxed it, guys. Sorry.
Gonna see if it can make it through. See if all the flaps hold on. See if Starship holds together. But definitely could be a bumpy ride. But this is why we're flying. This is why we're flying in this part of the world. This is why we're putting Starship through these flight tests to really understand what its limits are.
Now there are parts coming off, guys, but it's way less than last time. Last time it looked like it was snowing. It looked like winter with all the tiles that were coming off. It looked like snowflakes everywhere.
And I think we got about
15
those
minutes sparks. That's a little bit of ablation.
Splashdown.
Yeah, Dan, it looks, you can see our speed.
Look at the definition.
Speed indicator in the bottom left there. It looks like we're starting to scrub off velocity a little bit
see
quicker.
this right here? Perfect. Freaking perfect.
Ship is entering the peak heating phase of flight.
Good. We got peak heating, but peak heating doesn't necessarily mean peak pressure on the thermal protection system, guys. Peak heating happens at higher altitude at lower pressure. The reason why it's higher heating is because there's not as much air up there to absorb all the heat. So the heat's going to get convected, well, not convected, it's going to get radiated and conducted right into Starship from its heat shield. When you get down low, oh my goodness. When you get down low, your heating isn't as high, but the pressure on the tiles, the pressure on the tiles is a lot higher because there's more atmosphere. So your heating isn't higher, but the aerodynamics are a lot greater. Oh,
skirt is intact so far.
It's getting a lot, dude. The back's ablating a lot, guys. The sparks are no good. You don't want that.
Ultimately traced to a little bit of buildup. We dumped prop on the way. We had a little bit of solid propellant buildup, and then
it's just paint.
Either static discharge or the plasma ignited it, took out a tiny bit of that skirt, some of the aft flaps, but Starship again was able to fight through it, make it all the way to that landing.
Yeah, that underside is getting roasted.
We addressed that, changed
bad.
Some of our prop dump con-ups though.
Now, SpaceX did have tiles missing. That was on purpose. So what you're seeing is probably the areas around the missing tiles basically ablating off completely. We can see some clouds here as the sun's coming up over on the other side of the the other side of the world. Sorry, brain's working faster than mouth.
Missing tile tests. We're doing kind of a unique flight on the way in. It's going to do what we call a banking maneuver. So while we're still going,
please never let me live that down, so I scare myself into not saying it again.
Banking turn.
Okay, cool. All
and
right,
then we'll do a pretty aggressive turn right as we get into the subsonic and start doing our belly
I heard what
flop.
he said was
that's designed to essentially be the approach that we would do on a return to launch site and a tower catch. So Don't be surprised if we see the ship start to turn and make a few maneuvers as it makes its way down to the Indian. And fun fact, even though we're doing all this turning, we're essentially targeting the exact same spot in the Indian Ocean we went to.
Doing S turns, baby. S turns, just like the shuttle, just like my baby. Dude, look at the S turn. So Starship's kind of like this right now. The bottom of the vehicle's basically facing the horizon. It's going like this, and then it's going to do this. It's going to rotate back. Watch the attitude indicator over there. They'll modulate the flaps.
That gives a pretty good view of those aft flaps where, again, on the leading edge, I think it might be on the one on the other side, we had some tiles removed with no backups behind it. So again, we're really trying to stress some of the most sensitive areas around Starships, where basically if you lose a tile, it's the worst possible spot.
Bro, you're holding.
If we're able to make it through this, then that tells us
you're holding that starboard side into the wind pretty bad, man. Look at the catch pin right there.
Yeah, and that shot we just had earlier was looking at what we call the business end of Starship with all the Raptor engines. And those are the engines that we're going to be expecting to light for that flip and landing burn
hooking one side on
in
purpose.
about 10 minutes once we get through reentry. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, looking at E3, that's the one. It's the one we did the relight on. So it's 2 for 2 so far. We'll see if it can go 3 for 3.
Yeah.
They're doing they're messing with cross range, and it looks like they're really holding the side that they have their tile experiments on into the wind. The wind meaning the big fire that's coming off the bottom of this thing.
All right, we can see that speed just continue to bleed off under 20,000 kilometers an hour.
What he said.
Ship still holding together.
I'm not seeing any burn through on any of the control surfaces.
Yeah, and if you look in the bottom right, looks like we've made it all the way to the Indian Ocean. We're coming up kind of near Australia, the west side of Australia there. So pretty crazy. We're only 56 minutes in, and we've made it all the way, halfway around the world.
Maybe spoiled, yeah. But see that big cloud that it was in burnt off. It basically not vaporized. It ablated off.
It's actually a good demonstration of a future capability we hope to have on Starship, where we will do point-to-point transport on Earth. So essentially travel anywhere in the world in about an hour or so, which is going to be pretty crazy.
Getting a lot of
going
ablation
from
now.
New York to Sydney in 1 hour instead of the 20 hours it takes currently.
I don't know, Sewer Rat. I don't have the answer. Maybe twilight? The twilight from the sun, maybe? I don't know why it was purple. I can only explain the mechanics behind what's going on. Dude, that thing is like this right now. It's
a reminder, so this camera
with the starboard
is
side, like really
pick it up a little bit. And this camera is embedded in the end of one of those forward flaps. So you see it moving around. That's the flap adjusting to maintain control.
Ship's picked up a yaw rate.
It's like we're getting into our bank maneuver.
Oh, if that's induced, I'm going to flip my Starship.
Now power sliding through the atmosphere.
External temperatures are coming down.
It was induced. That was on purpose. Oh my goodness. I'm amazed the thing survived that. I'm going to flip my Starship, chat. That's amazing. Now, what it should do, if it was following something like the shuttle, what it should do is kind of flip back. It should do what's called a roll reversal.
Vehicle is now at maximum dynamic pressure.
There's max pressure on the tiles. Oh, and pieces came off. Now it should kind of go back over to the other side.
All right, that was basically our reverse max Q, so most aerodynamic
Look at the way the
stress
gases
that it's
are
going
coming
to
off
see
the engine
during
section. They're
re-entry. We
going
just
that
passed
way.
through it,
They're
so
not
we're
going
past that. We're
backwards. They're
past
going
peak heating.
sideways.
Ship's still holding together. So we're currently
riding,
in this
it's
bank
coming back
maneuver.
up like this.
We're going to see it kind of roll over and do a pretty significant shift as we get down closer to the subsonic speeds.
She's good. This is fine.
Yeah, that bank maneuver.
I'm
that
worried
Dan's
about right
mentioning is
there. See that
all
right
in
there?
part of us to learn about
Leading edge
the
is not
guidance
having a good
navigation
day.
control for return to launch site missions.
Keep an
So
eye on over
in the near
there.
future, we're hoping to return the ship back to the same pad we just took off on 59 minutes ago, and we've got to do some of these pretty dynamic bankings to make that trajectory work out.
Yeah, the G-forces are not bad, dudes. Yeah, when you're not in a pod, it's not bad. There was instances of astronauts during shuttle
the
re-entry
light show
standing
kinda
up on the
calming
flight deck.
down as we're starting to move
Story
into the lower
Musgrave did
parts
that.
of the atmosphere. We should hit transonic, so hitting that transition between moving faster than the speed of sound and below the speed of
46
sound in
kilometers
just
up.
about 3.5 minutes. Our landing burn should happen right around an hour and 6 minutes
3,000 miles
after
an hour.
launch, so
Yeah.
we should be just about 6
She
minutes
good.
away from that. You can
She
see
good.
lots of daylight. Everybody cross your fingers, see if our range team was able to get out there and provide any surprise views as Starship makes its way down.
Dan?
Oh, it's like they heard me.
Dan? Come on, tilt this camera up. Tilt it up. It's up there. It's up there. Look up.
Ready and waiting. Let's go.
Dan, you just spoke that view into existence there. And again, all brought to us by
RTS banking
Starlink.
maneuver has started.
Okay.
All right, there we go. So we're now starting into our really heavy bank maneuver.
So
And
it turned in
this
one
does
direction.
almost
Now it's
like
going
a
to turn in the other
half circle
direction.
loop to our actual trajectory. We're heading to the same exact splashdown point, but we're kind of doing a more roundabout way to get there, where it's this kind of big, long half-moon loop and then a really aggressive and a twist right at the very end. And that would line
Mother
us up
trucker,
with the
they're
launch tower.
flying that Starship.
On a return to launch site would fly over the tower, do a quick landing burn flip, and then come down for catching the arms.
I'm geeking out, man. I'm geeking out, man. I don't know if I can hold it. I'm geeking out.
How about that S38 decal there staying strong on that view we just had?
Geeking out.
Good to see the numbers back on.
Yeah.
Dude, that's so cool.
All right,
We
should
were
be
talking
heading
about this on
transonic
Flame Trench, talking about it
in
doing a
about
heading
2.5
alignment
minutes.
maneuver. Let's see it.
Landing flip coming up in about 4.
Freaking out, man.
Pretty clouds there in the Indian Ocean today. Again, yeah, we changed our launch times. We launch in the evening now, so we get these daytime views down in the Indian Ocean. One of the things we're really looking for, the reason we have the drone, other than, yeah, that looks really cool, is we're able to kind of see the ship. We can only see so much from these
Thank you,
cameras.
Sonny.
You can't see like the vast majority of the heat shield, so we throw these buoys out there. We've got there's...
You spoke it again, Dan. There it is.
They're playing with me in the control room. All right. But we have these buoys out there. We have these drones that we're trying to see externally how the heat
Dude,
shield
Starship, look
held
at
up.
her. She's
Everybody
really
saw
turning now.
Flight 10, it had
Oh,
a little bit of a paint
they're
job.
flying it.
A little bit of a reddish hue. That was
No.
from
Okay.
those
All right.
metallic tiles.
Look. Watch the north indicator on the heading in, on this indicator here. You see how the N is moving towards the back of the ship? Dude, she's flying. She's turning. They're doing a heading alignment with that thing. Look at it turn. Oh, God. I'm geeking out. It's doing a heading alignment just like the shuttle. I'm geeking out, chat. Chat, help me. I got nerd chills. Please help. Please help. You know what? Never mind. Not right now. I'm busy.
All right, coming up on transonic shortly. It's about 2.5 minutes of landing burn.
Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah, once we get to around the 15-kilometer altitude mark, that's where we have a lot of flight history.
Starship
from
is
those suborbital
transonic,
flights.
starting the belly flop phase of flight.
Dude!
Yep, that belly flop phase that we perfected in the suborbital campaigns, we're entering that now.
She's still got a little bit of a yaw rate to it, and they're going to have to roll the ship
Starting to
upright.
get those Raptors ready. Should be 2 minutes away from landing burn. Again, we're going to do a flip. After we ignite
They're
those
keeping
engines,
the nose
we'll go
down,
from
so they
3 down
keep going.
to 2 for the
so they're
final
going
phase
forward and
of the landing
downward
burn
just a little
and
bit.
Look for another
They're
soft
keeping it down just to maintain
splashdown,
stability.
hopefully, by our
When they go
buoy
to
and
belly
drum,
flop, they'll
which
bring the
are
nose
hanging
up.
out, ready and waiting for a ship.
This camera is on the front flap, moving back and forth.
Seeing all 3 center engines have entered the chill phase.
Look at where north is relative to the back of the ship. Dude, she turned around. She's turning around. That's a 15-story building just belly flopping out of the atmosphere. And parts are coming off.
All right, less than a minute to go.
Yeah, it's going... so if this is the catch tower right here...
The ship is making its turn for final approach.
Dude.
And here's this kind of
I am
aggressive
nerding
final
out.
turn. That
This
would
is
essentially
ridiculous.
position it so it's right behind the launch and catch tower.
That's normal. That's the purge down for the engines to light them for the landing burn.
Flaps holding strong. Landing burn in just under 20 seconds.
Okay, mile off the deck.
Ship landing startup.
Quarter mile, ship landing start. Flip it over.
There's our landing burn.
Pieces coming off.
3 down to 2.
Starship has landed.
Dude. Come on, don't explode. Don't blow up. It blew up. Yep, it blew up. Yep. There's the front flying through the air. Yep. Now the front
As we
fell
said,
off.
we're not planning on recovering the ship today. Hey, welcome back to Earth, Starship.
Yeah, that broke.
We are down
I mean, that's fine. It's normal,
in the
but
Indian Ocean.
no, that was the nose cone like
Let it
flying
here at
off.
Starbase. What a day.
Dude. Yeah, it's outside the environment. Yeah. Perfect, man. That was awesome.
Welcome back to Earth, ship. What a day. A whole lot more to go through. As you just saw, everybody here at Starbase pretty hyped. Hey, Tyler, out of Hawthorne, how's everybody holding up?
Thank you, Dan. We had a fantastic time watching. It was another exciting Starship flight test in the books, and we hope that you enjoyed those Starlink views too. So congratulations to the team at Starbase and everyone here and around the company. So many employees contribute to the Starship program as we continue to iterate and make progress towards a multi-planetary future. So that wraps it up for us here in Hawthorne. Thank you for tuning in, and back to you guys.
Yeah, what an incredible launch today. We had successful liftoff. Booster completed its objective, successfully splashed down over in the Gulf. Obviously, we saw another amazing Starlink deploy as well from ship.
Yeah, we made it through that re-entry, testing all the different experience. We had missing tiles, gave us quite the light show. We had that Raptor relight, 3 for 3. That was ahead of re-entry, of course. And then that awesome splashdown that we just saw, including that dynamic banking maneuver to simulate RTLS when we returned to the launch site. So yeah, we promised maximum excitement, and Starship delivered.
Definitely.
Congrats to all our teammates at SpaceX and to everyone who's supporting the Starship program. And thank you to all our future customers for your support.
We'd also like to thank the fine people of Cameron County, including the residents of its newest city, Starbase, as well as the Coast Guard, the Federal Aviation Administration, the Government of Mexico, and the Australian Space Agency.
Yeah, be sure to follow SpaceX on X for updates and about more of the exciting views we didn't get to feature on today's broadcast.
And if you're interested in more launch coverage just like this, head over to spacex.com/launches for the most up-to-date information.
All right, I will take us out. Hey, congrats, Jake and Amanda.
No!
You guys did amazing.
No! Take
Great
that
job.
jersey off and
All right,
burn
today,
it!
we
In
launched
re-entry!
The world's biggest rocket.
No!
Knocked out all of our
No!
objectives. Shout outs to
Why?
every single person who made this
No!
look easy. Thank you to everybody tuning in. We're going to see you back here.
That was
for the
unacceptable.
very first flight of our next generation Starship. So, we'll see you then. Good night.
No! The dance on too. Bye. That was sick, man. How cool was that? How cool was that? The landing would have been aligned with Tower 2. Look at it on a replay. Dude, it's wild, man. Oh. Someone knows you. Yeah, they probably do. That's probably them screwing with me at this point. I wouldn't be surprised. But also, no. Flight 12 next month. Oh my goodness. How cool was that, dude? Who knew belly flopping could be so graceful? When I belly flop into a pool, it's just cruel and tragic. You know? Dude, is that... I lost... Dude, my... Speech.exe stopped working for a second. And I want to tell you how rare that is with me nowadays. And that doesn't happen very much. To see the thing do the S-turns like the shuttle, right? And then come in, do a heading alignment, turn around, and then... Brain, do not parse info. Eyes can't... Banana. Banana. That's super cool, man. Now, keep in mind there was stuff coming off. They did have some ablation on the heat shield, but that was mostly induced from what I could see, guys. That very much was probably because they took tiles off. We did see some parts come off during the entry burn, during the landing burn and stuff, but it was not nearly as much as we've seen in the past. That thing held together really nicely. It's a shame it blew up at the end. And they took off a lot of tiles. That's right, Max. Yeah. Wow. Are they close to catching it? 1 to 2 more flights, Jack, I would say. Yeah. You think sub-centimeter? Close, Blackness. They're honing in on it. They're honing in on it for sure. Also, this is for the guy with the Mariners. This is for the guy with the Mariners shirt. Oh, sorry about that. Whammy. Oh. Man, Toronto got smoked. Not great, Bob. Not great. That's not great for Toronto fans. Anyway, that one was tough. Denied. Have a good night. Gotta head out. All right, Okie. Yep. Yeah, that might be what's going on. Here, hold on. The Bills get... All right, let's go back to talking about Starship. We don't need any angry Bills fans in here.
Discovery, go and
My, oh my. Jeez. That's not great. My mom just texted me and said Toronto got trounced on Canadian Thanksgiving. I'm sorry, that's kind of funny. Oh, sorry about that, bud. That must really suck. Sorry about that. Oh, that's just terrible. Dang. Why weren't you on NSF's live stream? because I want to do my cast over here with you guys. I was on the entire stakeout stream. I did like 6 hours of stakeout today. But yeah, I do the stakeout stream and then we come over here and have some fun. You know, my really awesome commentaries such as help me and oh my god. You know, like I add very insightful and useful commentary to the stream or something. Oh yeah, happy Canadian Thanksgiving, bud. Oh yeah, eh? Oh yeah, it's good. And I'm freaking out, man. I'm geeking out, man. You are geeking out. Man. That was awesome, dude. How cool was that? Oh. Dude, this is the worst. This is like, you know when you're watching like a really good show or binge watching a really good series and like you get, you know, it's not like finished. So you get to the end of a season and you're like, oh, all right, that was really awesome binge watch. I want to watch more. All right, when does the next season come? At 2 years from now? Oh! But see, it's not 2 years. It's going to be like 6 months at best. But also, I want more. Is that bad? I want more. I want more. I want to see one of the starships get caught. I want to see it get caught. I don't want to see them fly it again. Oh. I feel like I'm asking so much of SpaceX. I feel like I'm asking a lot. But I want another one. I want another one like right now. Nice, Nova. That's what I want to see. I can't hear you over the turkey and mashed potatoes and gravy and stuffing and cherry cheesecake. Oh, that sounds good, man. Oh, man. How does New Glenn top this? Hey, any stage coming back will make me very happy, Dark Root. I'll be honest with you. Any stage coming back from orbit will make me even happier. See what I'm saying? Why can't they just launch another one? Come on, man. So SpaceX, so Taters, what's going on, guys? And the reason why we're not going to get one in the immediate future is because SpaceX is retooling for Block 3. They're, hold on. Here, let me, they showed some of it at the beginning. I can't believe Elon crashed his own stream. That's really funny, actually. He just showed up. Dude. Watch, you could tell they're like, what is going on? What look at Jake and Amanda after he leaves. They're like, what just happened? Dude. Look.
All right, so that was an exciting cameo there.
He's like, what the hell? That's my favorite part. That was awesome. Oh, that's good. They're both just like, To be fair, I'd be making funny noises at this point. Seriously though, like when you're hosting a cast, dude. So like if I'm on NSF, like, you know, being serious, I mean, or even when I'm here, like something like that can screw you up so bad, dude. It happens all the time. Like, it's just, okay, you know, let alone having the boss come, I'd be like, you know. Yeah, that was you when all systems and the Canard computer showed up. You're not wrong. That's the thing. You ain't wrong. But anyway, here, the Block 3 stuff. So they're going to be retooling for Block 3 here. Guys, the Block 3 ship has, you know, different amounts of, it has 3 grid fins instead of 4. It has the an integrated hot staging ring, so they won't jettison the hot staging ring, and everything is using Raptor 3 propulsion instead of Raptor 2. That's why we're going to get a little bit of downtime here, because they're retooling everything for this, and they're getting the pad for it, which is, you know, that's the pad that they showed it. That's, I'm trying to see if we got another shot here. So, see this one? or that pad right there, that pad is for the new versions of boosters. That's the last time you're going to see one of those launch from that in that configuration. This pad's going to go offline for a little while while they retool this not retool, while they finish building this bad boy and launch a Block 3 off of it. That could happen as soon as January of next year. 6 months of downtime is not that much in the spaceflight program, but dude, after what we just saw, oh, it might as well be an eternity. No, nice, Flagon. That's good. So will Pad A be demolished? I'm not sure, Nova. I think they're going to get rid of the donut. They'll probably get rid of the donut. I think they're going to keep the tower. Honest opinion. 6 months, it's already October. November, December, January. Oh, crap. January is 3 months away. What happened to this year? You know what? Not a cat. Let's not go down that road. January 2026, 6 months away. All right, right. No, it's gonna be ready to go sooner rather than later. Start Christmas shopping now. No, you don't start. It's not even Halloween yet. Nope. Yeah. See, Raiden over in the YouTube chat, you're right. 1998 was just 10 years ago. The 80s were 20 years ago, okay? That's how it is. It's still 2004 or something. Okay, was in the Starlink thing, was she playing, was that War Thunder? I said it was World of Tanks. You guys all said it was War Thunder. Now I have to see. Wendy World of Tanks player, or was it War Thunder? Let's take a look. She's like, oh yeah, I play games. And FaceTime. That's War Thunder. It's absolutely War Thunder. Yeah, that's absolutely War Thunder. And yeah, okay, the dude's playing it. You think they'll start taking the pad apart tonight? They already did, Dave. They already took the landing paraphernalia off of the chopsticks, dude. They've already started disassembling even before launch. That looks like a Panzer IV, right? Panzer IV? The Panzer IV is what threw me off. That's why I said World of Tanks. I see Panzer IV, I think World of Tanks. But no, the map is a dead giveaway. That's War Thunder, for sure. Chupon, 0 days, man. 0 days. They're emptying the deluge on the pad. Starlink blueprints leaked in War Thunder anytime now. Oh, dear. Pad 1 is currently purging out the systems here. All right, let me back it up, see if we can see it. Oh, yeah. They got rid of the rest of the water. They're emptying it out, dude. That's the end of that. Amadeo, $9 super chat. 6'7", man. What does it mean? Nobody knows what it means, but it's provocative. Okay. Yeah, see, they're already purging the deluge system out. So what they're doing is they're pumping nitrogen through the water lines. And doing exactly what I did, preparing my house for winter the other day. I took my air compressor, had a garden hose that I used to water the plants. Plants are all dead. It got too cold. So I had a lot of water in the garden hose, so I undid the garden hose at the spigot, took my air compressor with 120 psi of air, put it in the back end of the hose, and psst, and then the front end of the hose went psst. That's exactly how a sound suppression system works. Same idea. We should demonstrate this on stream. It's a good idea. Should do that. That's what they're doing with the pad deluge. They're purging out all the water out of it. They're getting everything out of it. Probably in preparation to be destroyed, if I had to guess. What's up, oh snap? Do it with a model rocket too? That's a really good idea. I mean, you wouldn't need a lot of water to still want to do it. Is that bad? So sad to see this pad go, man. Nothing is sacred with SpaceX, guys. Whatever, demolish it. What are we going to get mad? That thing's a piece of junk compared to the new one. Don't worry about it. This flight goes in the S tier for Starship flights. It was a good one, man. You need to fix your racing rig there, guy. Yeah, I do. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Sounds like a job for you and Das. Yep. It belongs in a museum? Who knows, man? Maybe they will. Maybe they'll take it off with the crane. Take the OLM off and put it in the rocket garden or something. It'd make a hell of a jungle gym. Or, excuse me, a heck of a jungle gym. That'd be awesome to play in that thing, don't you think? I mean, probably not really child-proof, but I'd play around in it. Just saying. How did I get a Starship tile? Okay. Full disclosure. Put booster 12 on it. Now you're talking. Now you're speaking my language. This thing right here, how did I get a tile? I was not planning that, by the way. I pulled out a tile and Dan pulled out a tile, and we both have the same shirt on, so it's kind of weird. That was a little strange. This isn't real. This is 3D printed, guys. It's 3D printed, but it looks real. How safe do you think the donut is to lick? Who licks donuts, Arsenal? Will you do me a favor and not lose to the Falcons, please? I mean, you can, but yeah, that tile is fake. This one's real. How did I get it? Showed up in the mail, dude. Showed up in the mail. Yeah, I gotta wash my hands. They do look good, T-Man. Yep. Can you imagine if they took the OLM off and put booster 12 on? That's a really good idea, chat. That's a really good idea. They should do that. I mean, guys, I don't know how you're gonna move that thing with all its plumbing inside of it. I don't know how you're gonna move that thing. Jackal, what's up? What's on your mind? Put Hopper on the OLM? Nero, I don't think that'd fit. Booster 12 would, though. I'm no chemist, but why isn't there compressed water? Like, imagine having 200 pounds of water in a compressor tank and a high-pressure spray. Water is incompressible. Water does not compress. That's not a thing. It doesn't, I mean, you can compress it maybe a little bit, but after that, whatever you're trying to compress it with is going to get compressed in itself. Jackal, this is why if you pour water down the intake of a car, bad stuff happens. Because the piston goes up and it's designed to squish whatever in there, and you can't squish whatever's in there. So if the piston goes up and it squishes a fluid instead of a gas, the connecting rod becomes the thing that it squishes. Yeah. Hydrolocking. Yeah, that's bad. Can't compress water, dude. But you can compress gas. So what they do with the sound suppressors, they have a nitrogen tank and they have the water tank. And they just shoot nitrogen into the water tank, and it creates pressure in there, and it basically squeezes the water through the deluge plate. That's what happens. Yeah, super cool. It's called a gas purge sound suppressor. Now, for pads, there are also gravity feed sound suppressors. You notice that 39A and 39B have a water tower. That's pretty straightforward. You just let the water tower go when the rocket launches and sound suppressor turns on because of Archimedes' principle. Much simpler. You use 100% nitrogen for your tires, so less oxygen, the less pressure increased. Well, nitrogen is, correct me if I'm wrong, nitrogen is... Wouldn't nitrogen be less mass? Be lighter. You're sad that Space Engineer on Twitter was wrong. Yeah, no good. What are you going to do? Gravity feed has a pressure limit, so it probably wouldn't work for Starship. That's true. Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's right. It's a good point. Nitrogen is also less temperature sensitive. Guys, oxygen sucks. Sucks. It is a terrible conductor of heat energy. Like, terrible. That would be like trying to wire something up with steel cable. I mean, it would work, but it would suck. It would be terrible. Yeah, I'm just gonna wire up my car with steel cable instead of copper. No, that would be bad. I mean, you could do it. It's doable, like, but it's not really good. I mean, same is the case with rocket engines. Rocket engines are, you usually use your fuel to exchange heat. It's very rare that you'd use oxygen to do it. With that being said, there are some cases where they do use oxygen to cool the motor, like an oxygen-rich stage combustion. And those engines run extremely hot because oxygen sucks at absorbing heat. It's actually terrible. It's a terrible heat conductor. Hydrogen and carbon is way better. Way better. Max water pressure for gravity feed water pressure is 40 to 60 psi. Yeah. Can we go back and look at those turns? Yeah, we can. Yeah, that's fine. Freaking War Thunder. Dude, look at the heading indicator. You've got to be kidding me. All right, I want to see this again. I want to see this one last time. Hold up. So we're into the replays now. Do we have D's Florida shot? We don't, Cheeseburger. No, check your Discord DMs. I sent something interesting with the ship banking. Okay. Right? Yeah, Chats, that's what we're looking at right now. One thing I'll miss from pad 1 is the plume going through the legs. Yeah, yep. So they did have a drone out there. Maybe try it in 2 times speed. It'll be more obvious. You know what? That's a very good point. So watch this thing do its heading alignment here. Flame trench hit highway outdoorsman. Yeah. We have a Falcon 9 launch in an hour. Oh, yeah. Project Kuiper mission. Starship turned by 110 degrees from its re-entry direction. That lines up with the tower, if I'm understanding this right. Yeah, Ship 39's nose cone's already out. Yep. Dude, look at the way the gases are coming off the back of that thing. Oh my goodness. Yeah, Jacka, that's 110 degrees. That's what people mean, dude. Yeah, that's what they're talking about. Dude, look at that. Oh my goodness. She's turning. I would love to see where the forward velocity is right now. I mean, she's still going down, so it's basically doing this. But it is turning, dude. Why test the tower lineup? I mean, Procyon, think about it like this, dude. An airplane isn't going to line up with the runway right over an airport, right? An airplane's going to line up the approach miles away from the airport and then come in and land. Now, Starship, what is Starship's runway but vertical, right? Because it lands vertically, right? So you'd want to turn up here when your tower's down here. You'd want to turn, get aligned, and then go down and then come in for the landing, right? Like a plane would line up and approach. Same idea, but we're talking vertical instead of like a, well, horizontal landing. See, it's lined up, it's heading here. See how it's not really moving in any particular direction? There's the flip. Dude, that looked smooth. Oh my goodness. That was smooth. You see how when the ship lands, it doesn't like, it's not like moving in one direction or another. It lands and then it just comes down. That's real good, man. That's real good. Wow, when you watch it in two times speed. Oh my goodness. So right there, it's not going sideways. She's not going forward and back like the other ones. It did move a little bit like this, but then it straightened out completely. And now it's coming straight down. That's perfect, man. That is perfect. And then the nose cone flies off into the sunset or sunrise. Go to T-minus 1 minute 40 seconds to see bent outer ring nozzles. Huh. Dude, that's gotta be the camera. That's gotta be the camera. You really wouldn't want to drive that like that, fly that like that. That would be bad. I don't know, man. Did you see the thing this time at T+10 fly off? A lot of parts came off, dude. All right, hold on. I want to see the launch again.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have liftoff. Go Super Heavy. Go Starship. Thanks for all the historic flights, Pad 1.
Vehicles catching downrange.
Those are the windows shaking at mission control.
Booster and ship, nominal power and telemetry.
All right, we are about 45 seconds into flight. We're still getting the rattle.
How does that thing fly? What the hell? What?
Here at Star Factory, we are seeing 33 out of 33
Raptor
engines
I'm staring at the traps
as it arcs across the Gulf. Coming up next on Max Q.
Dude, that artifacting there screwed with me so hard. I thought the thing broke.
We are seeing 33.
My heart stopped for a second.
Raptor
Watch the nose
on Super Heavy as it arcs
right
across the Gulf.
Here.
Coming up next on Max.
Oh, I was like, well, the ship fell apart. That's not great. Dude, the artifacting messed with me. Oh my goodness. Going for that authentic Apollo feel. That's right, dude. That is right. Super heavy landing burn. Super heavy landing burn. All right, let's see. Oh my.
As we approach that land.
Man, you know what sucks? I saw that booster get caught. I saw 15 on its first flight on flight 8. That sucks.
Atmosphere the booster is using for
Yeah,
hypersonic
look at how
looping
toasty
to
it
guide
gets.
itself through atmospheric entry towards its landing site.
And we're just about 20 seconds away from landing burn start, where we'll first ignite the center 13 engines, then bring that down to 5 to slow down the booster for landing. And finally, that will come down to 3, and we'll cut all of them off while we're still about 200 meters in the air. So booster is gonna see a bit of a harder
Booster landing burn start.
Dude, they got all 13 on the landing. That was excellent.
Booster landing burn shut down.
And there we heard it. Booster landing burn shut down. We saw a 13 to 5 to 3 V3 demonstration. And into the water we go. Wow, that was absolutely awesome. If you can even hear us right now, congrats to the whole SpaceX team. So far, so good for today. That was incredible.
All right.
Clip of NSF shot of the booster landing. Yeah, you guys really want me to see this, huh? All right, what do we got? What do we got? Oh my goodness. So this is courtesy of our buddies over at NASA Space Flight here. This is from the top of the Margaritaville Hotel. Hey, Jackal.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Rapid intentional disassembly. They got RID of the booster.
Dude, it hovered. No! Ah! God, that hurts to see. Ow. That's so good. Dude, it was hovering. That's what I thought. I could have sworn, like, I thought they brought it in and I thought it was just camera delay, but no, that thing sat there and hovered 5 engines on for a good couple of seconds. That's crazy. Look at that. You see how fast that shrapnel came off? Yeah. Boom. Bye-bye. Oh my goodness. That's wild, man. What is this machine, dude? I've seen this. I've seen this happen. I saw the thing get caught. Like, I can't believe that this thing exists. This looks like someone's KSP project. But it exists. It's real. That's a real thing. What a day. The ship's next. That's right, Misty. Let's go. Let's go. That's as real as it gets. And they're gonna make it mundane. This will never get old for me, Mayor. I can tell you that right now. It will never get old. Just like shuttle launches never got old. The first shuttle launch that I watched on television was the Hubble launch with my dad when I was like 4. And you know, keep in mind, like, I was in and out of space flight, but whenever I crossed paths with a shuttle launch, I watched it. And towards the end of the program, I watched 131, 32, 33, 34, and 35. I watched every single one of them. Yeah. You know, I didn't see them down there. I didn't go down there. That wasn't a thing. I did see STS-116 and 117 launch, though. So we had cable. Yes, that's right. Yep. Shuttle launches never got old. And even on the last one, it was still awesome. It was still cool. This thing is carrying the torch of the space shuttle. It's doing what the shuttle should have done. And SpaceX has proven that they can do the job, man. And they're proving that this ship can do it, and it can do it better. And, man, it just, you know, the shuttle went out on a pretty sad note. This thing is never going to get old for me. I could watch these things come in and land all day. Take off, land on other planets. I can watch that all day. Wild. That's never, I mean, they're going to make it mundane for everybody else. That'll never get old for me. It'll never get, Falcon 9 launches don't get old for me, dude. I mean, don't get me wrong, we don't watch every single one of them nowadays. But when I do watch them, I still get excited when that thing comes down and lands. It's still cool. What was the first commercially viable passenger plane? Was it the DC-10? No, DC-3. You're off by about 70 years. It's never going to get boring because of the mission variety it will provide. For real. That's really it, man. Yeah. I would kill to hear what the few Apollo guys we have left think of Starship. I'm pretty sure they probably like it. I mean, the tri-motor before that, but the DC-3 was really the first one that came into widespread use. Hey, Nash, what's going on? That rocket is nuts, right? I mean, the C-47, yeah. Didn't Neil Armstrong dislike Falcon 9? No, not at all, Jackal. Yeah, you're talking about that 60 Minutes interview where they said that Neil Armstrong and Gene Cernan thought SpaceX was, they didn't like Falcon 9, they thought SpaceX was stupid. No, they twisted their words. That's not what Neil Armstrong and Gene Cernan said. That's not what they said. They were talking about their Senate congressional testimony. There was a congressional testimony for that Neil Armstrong and Gene Cernan testified in 2011. I think it was 2011. And they said that, no, if you want to know what they said, I'm paraphrasing here, but if you want to know what they said that getting rid of our national space program on the promise of a commercial flight will set our space program back by at least 10 years. That's what they said. Their argument was that NASA getting rid of the Constellation program and the shuttle at the same time and then maybe replacing it with commercial crew in the future is going to basically put us behind. It's going to put us behind. It will take the commercial program 10 years to get up and running, to get ready to go, to get to routine spaceflight, to get back to the point that we have right now at the time when they said it in 2011 when the shuttle stopped flying. That's what they said. Everybody took that as though they don't like SpaceX. No, it's not that they don't like SpaceX. It's that they said NASA pawning off our national space program to commercial is going to be a setback that we will deal with the repercussions with for at least 10 years. Now, that was in 2011. DM2 first flew in 2020, May of 2020. 9 years later. They weren't lying, man. They weren't lying. It's almost like the first guy to set foot on another celestial body and the last guy to set foot on another celestial body know what they're talking about when it comes to this stuff. Dude, I base my entire thoughts and ideas about spaceflight are based off of what Neil Armstrong and Gene Cernan said in that congressional testimony. You know how I was like, oh, it was a stupid mistake getting rid of Constellation, blah, blah, blah. That is based off of that. It's based off of that meeting. And everybody took it as, oh, they don't like SpaceX. No, it's not that they don't like SpaceX. It's that SpaceX is going to have to learn. They're going to have to learn how to do what NASA already knows how to do. And if you take that away from NASA, NASA's not going to be able to do it for a long time. And we're going to have a hell of a stopgap. And we didn't have any way to get astronauts from the space station from STS-135 in July of 2011 to DM2 in May of 2020. That's what they were talking about. They were right. And that's why I still say this to this day. Question, why not supersonic retropropulsion on Super Nuts rocket? Doesn't need it, Natch. It's stainless steel. It can tank the heat, dude. It's not aluminum, right? It's not an airplane. It's not an aluminum hull. The stainless can just tank the heat. Yeah, crazy, right? Yeah, Erudite, those engines could have been bent, dude, and if they're bent when the engine turns on, it'll bang everything back into true. It seemed to have worked. What's the status of Starliner capsule? I have no idea, Mank. I don't think Boeing even knows. Yeah, Dan, it's not the first passenger plane that we were talking about. It's the first commercially viable passenger plane. The trimotor came around. The trimotor was on its way of being commercially viable, but Ford pulled out of the airplane games after Ford pulled its aerospace division after the Great Depression in 1929. That's why the trimotor never went anywhere. It was a good plane, and Ford could mass produce it, and had they kept doing it, we could have Ford Aerospace at this point instead of Boeing Aerospace, you know? But they pulled out of the aerospace industry after the Great Depression. The Douglas DC-3 was the first widespread, or the C-47, if you want to call it that, was the first widespread commercially viable passenger plane. But the only reason it became commercially viable, one, because the DC-3 is a good design. Two, because they made so freaking many of them during World War II. I mean, Eisenhower said that the C-47 was one of the war innovations that won the Allies the war. Because they made so many of them. I think they made like 10,000. That's insane in plane numbers. 10,000 is a lot. That's a lot of airplanes, man. My worry about warping and straightening is that the repetitive flexing causing fatigue cracking. Yeah, Aqualex, I don't think they should keep doing that. Yeah, I agree with you. That's probably not good for it. Like, everything in my brain is saying, nah, nope. I wouldn't do that to keep straightening those things out. They'll eventually blow up. Yeah, the Army Air Forces. They didn't buy millions of them, Creation. It was, well, here, hold on. I'll get you the numbers. It's right on the wiki page. 10,174 C-47s, dude. 10,000 airplanes is insane. That is an insane amount of airplanes. That's like producing 1 million cars. 10,000 of those bad boys. That's bananas. And again, are they treating the engines as consumable? I don't know. I mean, that's a good point. Yeah. Do you think the Air Force will buy starships? Yes. Yes, I do. Like, guys, you look at here. I'll show you another example. Everybody knows about the B-52, right? You guys all know about the B-52. We made so many B-52s that we have enough parts and spares to keep these things flying into the 2050s. They're designed from the late 50s, the late 1950s. By the time the B-52s get retired from U.S. service, that some of them will be 100 years old, because we built enough of these dang things that we have parts to keep them flying for forever. Well, for 100 years. You know, guess how many of those we made? Look, 744.
Go at throttle up.
744 is enough to keep a well-stocked operational fleet going for 100+ years of spare parts. The B-52's production run ended a half century ago, guys. Now compare and contrast that to the C-47. 10,000 of those things. There's a reason why people still fly them, because parts are everywhere, even to this day. Is that crazy or what? And that's not even including license-built variants. The Brits have the built them too. They're called the Dakota, I think. And then the Russians built them, the Li-2s, same thing. There's parts for these things everywhere. Bacon Warrior, 40-month resub. That's what I'm talking about, man. Pretty crazy. But yeah, commercially viable transportation planes. To rope this all back into Starship, guys, that's the numbers that Starship is going to need to be. We're going to need to be, you know, in 5 to 10 years from now, you're going to need to be at ship number 138 or something, not just ship 38. You need ship 138. And you need an operational fleet of these dang things. Because the reason why once again, the reason why the C-47 was so commercially viable as a passenger plane is because they made so many of them and they got so cheap to operate that nobody could compete with that thing. That's the truth. Nobody could compete with it until the 707 kind of, well, there's the de Havilland Comet. That was a pretty good one. The Brits understood it because England knows how to make an airplane. They're pretty good at it. Well, not so much recently, but you get what I'm trying to say. No, I don't mean the IL-2, Alamander. No, the Li-2. Look, here. No, the Li-2 is the Lisanov. It's a license-built C-47. See, the IL-2 Stormovik is an Ilyushin plane. That's a different aircraft. SpaceX Bakery in Hangar X2 can produce enough tiles for 10 Starships a month. Here you go. Not to deviate from the subject, but I miss Concorde. We all do, man. We all do. Do you mean Rolls-Royce and their engines? No, I'm talking about building airplanes, not just power plants for airplanes. That's not at all. That's not at all what I meant. Username. But yeah, and that's how Starship, that's SpaceX's plan, guys. We're talking about producing airplanes. That's their plan. Their plan is to produce so many Starships that nobody costs nothing to send something to Mars. And guys, you know what's crazy? They're already lowering the price. SpaceX already has customers with the Italian Space Agency. They announced a deal with the Italian Space Agency on Columbus Day. Look at that. Hey! I'm sorry, that's funny to me, but probably not funny to other people.
Look, Chad, at this house, at this stream, Christopher Columbus is a hero, okay? He's a hero. At this house.
Sorry, that's also a reference to. Anyway. And so you think the B-52 will never retire? Yeah, maybe. They announced the Italian contract during the Flight 10 launch. Well, Oblivion, why don't you just ruin my joke and the stream? Thanks for that. Appreciate you. Why? Thank you for ruining it. Thank you for ruining my joke. I appreciate you. You're welcome. Oh, never change, chat. Never change. Oh, boy. Will there be spaghetti on the Mars payload, you're asking me? No. Vargon, the banking moves. You see that, man? Hey, Vargon, happy Thanksgiving, buddy, by the way. The B-52 will have warp drive before it's retired. I would like to see that. Anyway, dudes, how long until that the dang old Kuiper launch here? Oh, we're almost to it. Starship has to become much, much more reliable, but fun to watch the process develop this way over the old school hidden trials by space agencies. Dungus, they're getting there, man. This thing is, I mean, dude, look at how the thermal protection system held up on this one versus the last one, man. SpaceX is making huge strides. Did I see the U-Hawk reveal from Lockheed and Sikorsky? Yeah, of course. Yeah, the autonomous Black Hawk. That's like nightmare fuel. No good. Can you imagine one of those things landing and like 30 Optimists just with like guns just run out and just start shooting everything? I don't know how to feel about that. That's some nightmare fuel, dude. I'm honestly curious why the USAF hasn't replaced the Parrot engines currently on the B-52 with larger singles yet. Because go with what works. Did you see the Endural? Yeah, Anduril heads-up displays. I did see that. I giggled. All right, cool. Right, yeah, sweet. Excellent. Ron, you're all for the U-Hawk? There you go. Can you imagine U-Hawk down, freaking Irene, and then Optimus just popped out with a freaking minigun, just like, that would be scary, dude. That would really suck for who was on the other side of that. It's more likely to be used for logistics. I know, but I can dream, Hazanku. All right, I can dream. Job security for all your friends. All right, hey, there you go. What MLB team are you a fan of since you don't like the Mariners? I'm a Red Sox fan, dude. It's not that I hate the Mariners. I don't hate the Mariners. I like the Tigers, and the Tigers just coughed it up in the 15th inning, dude, and I'm really salty at Seattle, not because they're a bad baseball team, but because I stayed up till 1:30 in the frigging morning watching a 15-inning baseball game just to see them lose and ruin my sleep schedule, all right? That is the reason why I don't like the Mariners right now. It's not that they're a bad baseball team. I'm sorry. I figure I'd just be truthful. Because I stayed up to 1:30 a.m. to watch my stupid baseball team that I like lose. You know what I mean. Oh, gee. Nobody wanted to win. Don't remind me of that game, bro. Come on. Don't remind me. It was an awesome game for what it was worth. Like, I like the Red Sox, but the Tigers are my second team because my wife's from Detroit. So, yeah, the Lions and the Tigers are my second football and baseball teams, right? I like the Patriots and the Red Sox. So, yeah, I just admitted that everybody is probably going to hate me now. But that's fine. The Patriots are back, baby. They're back. No, yeah, I don't really mind the Mariners. Mariners are fine, but they beat the Tigers, and I like the Tigers, so that was uncool. The Tigers kind of did it themselves. Scooble doesn't pitch. He pitched 7 innings and got 13 Ks, and they lost. Like, that's... What are you going to do? Like, what are you going to do? Don't worry, the Brewers eliminated the Cubs in Game 5, and I love the Cubs, and I hate the Brewers. Yeah, I got you. Yeah. Oh, jeez. The Deflatriots and the Dead Sox. Bro. You know, Creation, if I say we have more, you know, we have the most Super Bowls, tied for the most Super Bowls with the Steelers, everyone's going to be like in the past, oh, that's in the past, DJ. That's in the past, DJ. But if I sit here and say, you know, Deflategate was in the past, you're like, no, that's still a thing. You can't have it both ways. Either we're the best or we cheated or what. Like you can't have it one way or the other. Playoff baseball is fun, man. It's fun to watch. The gimbaling was insane, Ryan. It was awesome, dude. That was so cool. So good. It was just...
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Love all you guys.
Oh, CT, you're a Denny Hamlin fan? Oh, we're not friends anymore. We're not friends anymore. Nah, I don't mind Denny either, but also, get away from me. Boo! I mean, ban him! No, yeah, that's where I draw the line. Oh, man. I mean, you could be you and be an Oilers fan. Yeah. Bro, what do you mean be an Oilers fan? I'm a Bruins fan. I hate myself. Like, what are you talking about? I beat your favorite driver. Who? All of them. That was pretty funny. That was pretty cool, ZT. I was like, I'm not, when he said that, dude, I'm not like a big Denny Hamlin fan, but that was pretty Chad tier. I was like, all right, I see what you're about, man. That's fine. That's fine. Okay. I was unfamiliar with your game, Mr. Hamlin. I appreciate that. You were a Logano fan? Yes. Yeah. Aha! You threw the tomato and I dodged it. Now what? Boo! In both chats at the same time. In both chats, I got flack in both. I'm catching strays. Ah, you missed me. You missed me, chat. Have fun trying to get to the round of 4. Yeah. You try that NASCAR game? No, I haven't. The best thing about the Bruins is that they use an actual train horn as a buzzer. Yeah, the hockey rink's over a train station. I would hope so. I did like Matt Kenseth. Yeah, I wish he still raced. But hey, what are you going to do? All right. Fellas, it's 9:30. I've been going... I think I got up for the stakeout stream. And started the stakeout stream like 10 hours, 11 hours ago. No BF6. You're killing me. And we got that Project Kuiper launch soon. I am gonna hose my damn sleep schedule doing this. I can already see it. I can already see it. Hey, Ren, 126-month resub. Thank you. Off topic, but today is the 250th anniversary of the U.S. Navy. So X is awash with photos of Russian ships captioned with "Happy Birthday, U.S. Navy" from politicians who can't tell the difference. Can you give me an example so I can laugh at someone? You whine more than a Whipple supercharger. Shut up. Kuiper launches in 26 minutes. Yeah, I see it. All right, we'll keep going. Fine. Favorite NASCAR track? Ooh. Historical or current? Current. Historical, Riverside. Not even close. Best NASCAR track ever. Current, Daytona. Yeah, Daytona. I love Daytona. Love that track. Amazing. I love super speedways, dude. I'll allow it, Jackal. Let's watch this till the launch. What is this? Oh, that's not great. Who do you think is the worst NASCAR track? I don't like Texas Motor Speedway. It's just boring. Yeah, TMS. I agree, Jackal. Yeah. Joliet's pretty boring, too. Or my home track, Loudon, sucks. The track's awful. It's just awful. How did the launch go? You missed it? Oh, it was awesome, Apollo. The thermal protection system held up real good that time, dude. It held up real good. Oh, boring. Sorry. Oh, you know what? You know what? The heck with all that. The Chicago street circuit sucks. I hate that track. Yeah, that one. That one takes the cake. You're right, goalie. That's right. I retract my previous statement. I'd rather watch TMS or Joliet or anything over that damn street race. And also, I might be just a little pissed off because that they chose to run that street race instead of the that weekend was the Firecracker 400 at Daytona. There used to be, and they run that stupid street race instead, and I hate it. Yeah. I think that's more the reason rather than the track, but yeah. Yeah, the Firecracker 400, man. How can you take a race at Daytona off the calendar? What are you doing? Anyway. Here, Apollo, check this out, dude.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have liftoff. Go Super Heavy. Go Starship. Thanks for all the historic flights, Pad 1.
Bro,
Pitching downrange.
it's so good.
Booster Raptor chamber pressure nominal.
How's that, Apollo? Pretty good. Which F1 track would you like to see NASCAR run on? Spa. Someone would die. I'm fully aware of this, but Spa. Someone would die. Yeah, that would be... Yeah. Monaco? Why would I want to see a traffic jam, geek? If I wanted to see a traffic jam, I'd just drive up the street during rush hour. Is it fair to say that that was the best flight to date? Yeah, that one was pretty good. I'd say, actually, here's what I'm going to ask, fellas. We're asking what's your favorite this, what's your favorite that. What do you think of all the Pad 1 launches, what was your favorite? For me, it was Flight 5. Flight 5 by a long shot. First catch, Ship 29 made it through re-entry. I don't think you could top Flight 5. This one was probably up there. It was up there. Flight 11 was definitely up there. That was really good. But it's not Flight 5, because that's Flight 5. Ship 30 for Flight 5. Excuse me. Ship 29 was Flight 4. Correct. That flap barely hanging on. Dude, it was so good. Flight 4 was insane, Kuchu, man. I still can't believe. Yeah, that was 29. I still can't believe that thing made it. Yeah, Jacqueline. Yeah. In terms of vehicle performance, I would say 11. Yep. Yep. The least favorite was 7 and 8 combined. Those are the 2 flights I went to, ZT. Oops. All right, I won't go to Starship flights anymore. Jeez. I'll just go down there and fix the stupid NSF truck, and then I'll come home. Can you imagine? Did you guys hear what Jake, the announcer, said? Did you hear what he said? Flight 5 was a year ago. Did I hear that right? To be honest, Flight 1. Nice, Astro. Nice. One launch every 2 months. Yeah, exactly, Kuchu, right? Can I... Ooh, hang on. So, when was... The first flight was April 20th, 2023. Flight 2 was in November. So we went from 2 flights in 2023 to 4 flights in 2024. To 5 flights in 2025, taking into account that 2025 had a catastrophic failure on the test stand. Oh, wow. That's all right. Okay. So history says launch on December 13th. That's what I've been saying, Hellfish. This launch is going to happen a lot faster than you guys think. You know, I heard some folks on NSF saying, like, April. I'm like, no. They're going to want to keep cadence up, dude. You got to keep the assembly line at Star Factory going. It has to keep going. It can't stall. Yeah, it's going to happen a lot quicker than we might think. I'm thinking December or January. Doesn't that put Starship Super Heavy in the top 5 for launches this year, behind Falcon 9, Electron, and maybe one more? I mean, are we including just U.S. rockets, Gaw? Because if it's just rockets out of the U.S., yeah, probably. Yeah, I think Atlas might have it bested because of the Kuiper launches. Oh, jeez. ZT, what was my reaction to when Starship got caught? I screamed at the screen like a rabid football fan. Like that, I mean, it's kind of what I am, but you think SpaceX will do a Hawaii missile range flight before they go to orbit? No. Hellfish, keep in mind it's still kind of fresh in my mind, but I think that Ship 39 and Booster 18 The first Block 3 flight will mimic this flight pretty much to a T. And then I think the flight after that will go orbital. I'm pretty sure. So was that flash at 11:25? Swamp gas? Yes, swamp gas reflected off of Venus. You think by the end of 2026 we'll be at flight 22 or 24? Something like that. Guys, if I'm understanding this right, Block 3 isn't just a bunch of upgrades to Starship. Block 3 is really optimizing this thing around quick turnaround. Block 3 for Starship is the proverbial Block 5. Or maybe even the Block 4 version of Falcon 9. Something like that. How did the Ship 38 sticker stay on? Header paint would probably do it, silly Viking. Yeah. Header paint. Here, I'll show you. So we have engine enamel right here. Take a look. This stuff. This stuff is good up to 550 or 288. Now, keep in mind, re-entry heating is like 3,000 Fahrenheit or like 1,600 centigrade. But that's on the tiles. There's no way that stainless is getting above 300F. Or 300C, excuse me, 550F. So yeah, heat. This stuff will, if you introduce heat to engine enamel, it'll cure and it'll get hard. It'll get harder and it will not burn off. I'll bet you it's engine enamel. I'll bet you somebody from SpaceX went to the O'Reillys down the street and bought this and painted it on that way. I'm pretty damn sure, actually. That looked a lot like engine enamel to me. Is it good for teeth? Engine enamel? Okay, we're about 12 minutes out from the Project Kuiper mission. Let's see. I might as well include this on the cast here. Oh, check this out. My buddy Zach posted this. Look, I was looking for the Kuiper stream and Zach posted a time lapse of the banking maneuver. Dude, that thing toasted this starboard side. Oh my goodness. It can do it. Dude, it S-turned. Look at that. That's an S-turn. That's a shuttle S-turn, dude. Oh, man, that makes me so happy. So cool. I just got a shout out on NSF. Hold on.
For their support, I guess, as well, letting us put
Great
those
place to
there.
get a bite to
Flight
eat while you're
Club.
out there.
It can. EJ, of course. EJ, because we are, alphabetically. He was for 5 hours of the 6 hours of the stakeout. So huge shout out to EJ. And thank you for that. Amazing commentator. Really long endurance, if you will. But Alicia.
I'm still streaming. Some say he's still streaming to this day.
Yeah, she was also on the videos as well. She hosts This Week in Space Flight. And the amount of people in the field, but also Gage, like he's been trying to track stuff, put cameras out there. It's really complicated to be able to do all of this. Of course, he's been out there for all of that. Let's see. Let's keep running.
Is this meta? I don't know.
Gav, he's being also like he was part of he's part of the Space Coast Live operations. So he was also one of the folks that was turning away some of the cameras that we have there to be able to see the starship. Gene Rowley, he was also on the Stakeout stream. I really wish I had his voice. 'Cause, man, yeah, it's Hopper. He was also Hoppy.
Yeah.
He was part of the show, of course, out there. Jack Byer, of course, as well. Thank you so much.
Jack
Hosting
Boyer.
that amazing panel. Jake, of course, yeah. Animal cat support, I guess, for Sawyer. Let's see. Let's keep rolling. Jake Keegan, producer, live stream operator, also developer. Thank you for your work, because he was operating the end of the stakeout. Jerry is not directly being today on stream or anything like that, but he supported a lot of the
Fargon, don't call me out like
at
this.
Starbase
No.
and ESM.
Now, see, the second you did that, now I'm going to switch it back to Starbase Live. Now, Starbase Live. Some say that Alex is still talking. Now, these are my buddies over on NSF. They're good people. That's Ryan, Lon, and Alex. They're good people. I actually love working with them. It is fun. We have a fun time over there, and I hope you guys enjoy that stuff too. I'm looking around for this Kuiper launch. Where the heck is it? Ah, there we go. SpaceX Live with it. I think it just started. Some say that Ryan is still reading the dono message from Flight 10. Hey, Yarg, what's up, dude? Come on, baby. You and NSF are the top 2 channels? Well, thank you. How and when do you think they'll start dismantling the OLM? Probably tomorrow. What are they gonna do? Probably just get the gas axe out and start cutting parts out, dude. Not much. Just got home from work. Yarg, the Starship did S-turns during re-entry, like the shuttle, like what we used to do with Collins, the space shuttle that I made in Kerbal. It was doing S-turns. It was so cool. It was doing S-turns, and then it turned around and did a heading alignment for for a fake tower, and then landed at the dude. It was pretty cool, dude. It was pretty cool. Did it survive? Dude, most intact ship I've seen land by a long shot. By a long shot. No, we've heard nothing about 6-6 username, no. And how about that 15-inninger the other night? I think I hate the Mariners, Yarg. I think I hate them. Like, vehemently hate them. Not because they're a bad baseball team. I think Cal Raleig's awesome. He's a fantastic ball player. I hate them because they made me stay up till freaking 1:30 in the freaking morning watching a 15-inning freaking baseball game just to see the team that I wanted to win lose. Okay? And severely screwed up my sleep schedule. All right? So I think I hate them more for that than the Tigers losing. But also, best of luck. But I hate you. Is that fair? Is that fair? I think I hate you because you made me stay up. DJ's yelling at clouds again. Love you too, guy. Nah, I hope you guys do well. It's gonna be tough, man. Gonna be tough I was gonna say it's gonna be tough from here on out, but you guys certainly seem to disagree with me on that because I looked at game 2, the game 2 score of the ALCS. Oh, maybe not, you know. That's what you get for rooting for the Tigers. My wife's from Detroit. You dillhole. That's what you get for rooting for the Tigers. My wife's from Detroit. I have to root for the Tigers. Not that I, that's not an obligation. I liked Detroit teams before I met Brimo. I like Detroit. I like that place. You know why I like that place? Because I like cars. So if you like cars, you kind of like Detroit. Just like if you like planes, you kind of like Seattle, right? Because they make planes. They make a lot of planes. See what I'm getting at here? So I kind of liked the Lions and the Tigers before I met my wife, which is a little weird, but yeah, easy for me. I already know all the players. It was great. Does Detroit have a football team? The Lions, man. They lost last night because Kansas City can't stop whining to the referees about everything. You know what I mean. You know it's true. Face facts, baby. What about the Bears? I hate the Bears. In this thread, EJ's just gonna alienate people. Weren't we supposed to be watching the Kuiper launch? Hey, $5 for Willie, $5 super chat for EJ's poison of choice. Thanks, man. I tried to get the Kuiper launch going, but it didn't want to. You got it, W? Thank you. Bedanked. No, I don't know what he's talking about with the Chiefs. Nah, it's all right, man. It's all right. It's all right. Is this happening? I was relieved to see us not be dead in game 1 versus the Jays. I mean, you pulverized that team, Yarg, on Canadian Thanksgiving, man. How dare you? I think it's kind of funny. Thanks for confirming. I didn't know if you supported the full Wizard of Odds trifecta, the Lions, Tigers, and Bears. No, absolutely not. You can't be a Lions fan and like the Bears. That's like saying, oh, I like the Red Sox and the Yankees. No, absolutely not, dude. Ads, boss? Ads for what? We want what? We want to see an uninterrupted black screen? Sean Duffy posted about Flight 11. Cool. Is this happening with anybody else, dudes? Refresh. You see it too? All right. Yeah, it's happening for everybody. I like the Patriots and the Yankees. Doesn't that count? Well, you're weird, dude. Do you know how much of a mind frick it is to be like yelling at you one day, Hibbit, saying how much I hate you, and then like the next day being like, dude, we won. All right, let's celebrate. I hate it. I hate it. And it activates my almonds. You know what I mean? How the Royals doing? The Royals are not playing right now. The Patriots invented whining the refs about every little thing. Yeah. We're back. It doesn't matter. Your opinion doesn't matter. It's just like none of this matters. We're back, baby. We're back. We are back. We are back. And we're the 3 best friends that anyone could have. And we'll never, ever, 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 ever suck again. The live stream works for you? No good? Hey, there it is. So this is the Kuiper KF-03 mission. Booster flying tonight is 1091 on its second flight. This is launching Project Kuiper satellites, which is Amazon's internet satellite constellation. And despite being a competitor to SpaceX's own Starlink service, SpaceX doesn't care. They can make money off a launch, so they'll launch it anyway. Okay. Yep. Why did I do that? Why did I do that? I should know better. Please! One of the fairings has flown all 3 Kuiper Falcon flights. It's just a fun fact. Cool. Patriots are still a game behind the Steelers. Bro, your quarterback's Aaron Rodgers. I win.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Sen's lost, Jay's lost, that someone crashed into my car when I was driving up to see my grandma who's not doing great. I don't mean to laugh in your face, but holy crap, man, that sucks. Oh, sorry about that, bud. Oh, that sounds awful. Come on. Oh, it's 10 seconds. Come on.
Well, at some point, that's what it's going to be like, right? You're going to be going to space. I want that point-to-point thing. Here we go. 5.
Okay.
4, 3.
Whatever. NSF, it works. It doesn't work for me. There we go.
There it is.
24 Kuiper satellites for the competition going up on a Falcon 9.
Is that a rumble from our own? Yeah, it's listening.
It is that periscope back-end mutter.
Baby squeal.
Yeah, baby. Lanner. Maybe Amazon didn't pay the Starlink. At this point, it's all you could do. Not even gonna lie. That's what I do, King. When I'm having a really bad day, I either tell you guys and just be like, "Bucks," and then just go. Yeah, this will be the second flight for Booster 1091. This is a brand new Falcon 9.
There we go. Looks like it went through max Q.
So that means that SpaceX has reused 2 boosters today on 2 different rockets. Just saying.
Tracking all of this from our cameras there at the Space Coast. But yeah, this is not like they are there in person. This is remote
Discovery,
tracking
throttle up.
from many miles away. I don't even know how far away they are in space and everything. But they are far away, and this is remote tracking. So shout out to that, because that's really hard. It's already hard in person. You know, when you are far away, it's even harder.
Right.
That was Miko. We're now SpaceX version of that. Main engine cut off.
Stage separation. Upper stage ignition.
Looks like there we go. Ignition of the MVAC engine.
Now, are we going to have a stubby nozzle or a full one this time?
It's a full one, but unfortunately they don't cover that with Kuiper missions.
Oh.
I don't know what the deal is with Amazon. They don't want us to see their satellites, their coverage of the second stage. Yeah.
Which is odd, because they're giving the satellites to their chief competitor.
Look, you can see all of Central Florida there. There's Daytona, right there. There's the I-4 corridor. That's Orlando right there. There's Disney World, and then it goes all the way over to Tampa. There's Tampa Bay right there. Anna Maria Island right there. Beautiful, beautiful part of the country, to be honest with you. Bradenton's right there, and somewhere down there, Gleater is doing donuts in a Crown Vic. I love that part of the United States. Central Florida is amazing. There's race cars and rockets. 2 things I'm quite fond of. Yeah. Geek, that would be amazing. But I think I'm destined to become Massachusetts man. I love Central Florida. Now, for what it's worth, I'm not talking about like Northern Florida, because Northern Florida is the dunga dunga dung dung, and I mean that in a nice way. And South Florida is la ta 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 la ta ta la ta ta, and that's nice too. But I like Central Florida. Okay, you know what I'm talking about? Hopefully those sounds, those audible sounds, were able to convey that correctly. You'll see when you play GTA 6. Don't worry about it. But Central Florida has Disney World. Where do the old people live? Gulf Coast. Nice trick. Yeah, Southwest. Naples, Fort Myers. Basically from Bradenton south, that's where all the old people are. South Florida has ocean on too many sides and it freaks you out. Yeah. Now don't get me wrong. I'm not dissing on the Panhandle or like Miami. Those are nice. Miami's got a Formula One race. That's pretty cool. Too bad the track is just in a parking lot and with a fake marina. And you know, that's fine. You know, there's, you know, the Panhandle has Eglin. Eglin's pretty cool. That's pretty neat. We like stuff that happens there. There's, you know, Pensacola, that the place exists. All right, supersonic retro propulsion. Oh, my favorite part. Imagine an F1 track around KSC. I'd watch that. Yeah, that'd be pretty good. Race cars, rockets, and beaches, man. It's my favorite. It's my favorite part. The only other place aside from Massachusetts that I've ever lived. There you go. You're going to see some plasma propagation there on the grid fins. It has Disney World. That's right. I love Disney World. Universal is pretty good too nowadays, from what I hear. I haven't been down there in a little while. Speaking of fake marinas, did you see someone brought a boat to Petit Le Mans? I heard about that, Vargon. I haven't seen it. Can you describe South Florida again? South Florida is like, oh, somebody shot you in the butt. Somebody shot you. I was shooting. I'm not gonna lie. I did a lot of shooting. Somebody shot you in the butt. That's South Florida. Does that make sense? Okay, coming down into the landing burn here. Scenario number 2. Coop went to Disney World. Wait. Hold on. Oh, we got to see the landing burn. Hold on. There was a. Hold on. Oh, wait, no, never mind. Not nearly as cool. Sorry. Landing burn. And 1091 lives to fly another day. I thought there was a new thing, a new tweet. I saw this tweet and I was like, oh, he posted different landing footage. Now it's just a retweet. That's fair. All right. Cool. There it is. Project Kuiper. KFO, the KFO3 mission, the mission you've all been waiting for. The villages is the old people. I know. I've been to the villages, Brandon. Yeah, that's the end of the sentence. Yeah, that's the end. That's the end of that sentence. So did Starship or Super Heavy live to fly another day? They expended the booster in the shipyard. They're getting rid of their Block 2 stuff so they can start rolling out Block 3. That's the last. Today was the last launch on Pad A. Last one. They're gonna. I don't know if they're gonna demolish it. I don't know what they're gonna do with it. They ain't gonna launch anything from it. That's for sure. ETA and a Block 3 launch. 95. I say January. January. It's gonna be sooner rather than later. SpaceX can't stop that dang. They can't stop Star Factory. You can't idle the production line. They're gonna make more, and they're gonna make more fast. And January. The superb optimist in me says December, but that's unlikely. What ship did Falcon land on? That was just read the instructions, I believe. No, shortfall of gravitas. I'm wrong. Did we just have Big Brother and Little Brother flying together tonight? We did, Chris. Yeah, W. I would say that January 2026 is a pretty safe bet. They will need major modifications to the first tower for Block 3. To the tower for Block 3? I don't think they're going to need to modify anything for the tower. I think they're going to cut the chopsticks, cut the chopsticks off, shorten them, and then use it for a ship catch. It makes sense. You catch the Block 3 booster on Pad 2. Ship goes out over the coast, does that heading alignment thing that we just saw it do. Turn over and land right on the other pad. No problem, Bon Bon. Oliver, my reactions are the best. Hey, dude, this stuff just fires me up, man. It's cool. I don't know if I'm easily excited. It could be that. Could be that. But, you know, like, I don't mean to parrot Elon Musk or anything, but, you know, he's one thing I think he's spot on about is, like, having something cool to wake up to and like look forward to. I love this stuff, man. It makes me so happy. And I hope it does for you guys as well. It's really cool. This is out of this world cool. And don't get me wrong, I could see it. I'm the kind of guy that if you're driving down the road and you see like I see a crane coming down the highway in the opposite direction, I'd be like, oh damn, what kind of crane is that? Ooh, a telescoping roller crane. That's cool. All right, sweet. You know, like, I don't know if I'm easily excited or what, but this stuff just, yeah, it genuinely, like, I am not overselling it. This stuff just, like, when I was seeing Starship do that heading alignment and maneuver today, and I was like, I can't deal with this. That's just genuine reality. Like, I didn't know what to say. I'm like, that's awesome. I don't mean it in a bad way. Yeah, I know. I got you. It's just, yeah, I'm not trying to say that I'm like faking it or anything. That is just my genuine reaction. I love this stuff, man. It's good stuff. It makes me happy. It really does. Yeah, Mind Drive, there you go. It's called having a touch of the tism. Yeah, you might be right. Yeah, you're probably right, but I mean, I do like trains a lot. Like, yeah, maybe. Rockets are just trains that go up. Hey, Heitmer, speaking of trains. I'm just messing, dude. No, you guys really want to know why I like this stuff? Like, we'll just kind of end it here. End the launch stream here. You really want to know why I like this stuff? Like, Okay, let's take the Liebherr 13,000 crane. It's a lattice crawler crane that's being assembled at Cape Canaveral right now. It's at 39A. The Liebherr 13,000 is going to install the OLM, the orbital launch mount, on the 39A Starship pad. Somebody thought of this. Somebody thought of this thing, and somebody figured out that this thing, you could make something lift millions of pounds of launch pad. Just place it on there. No problem. Easy peasy. I mean, it's not an easy process by any means, but, you know, you see something like that, and you're like, somebody figured out how to do this. Somebody conquered that. We can literally not move mountains, but you can move around this big steel structure. That's no big deal. They make it look easy. Heck, when they used 2 Liebherr 11,000s on the second pad at Boca Chica, they made it look easy. Just lifted it up, placed it down. You know, that thing weighs like, I mean, I don't even know how much it weighs. It's got to be 2 to 3 million pounds, maybe 4, maybe more than that. It's more than that. That thing is a tank. It's not moving. It's designed to withstand a rocket launch. You know, I see stuff like that. I see stuff like a train. Like, you know, you look at, you know, like the Union Pacific Big Boy, the 4884. You know, it's the Challenger class of locomotives, right? The Alco 4884s. That thing has 6,000 horsepower. It has 6,000 horsepower. It could pull something as heavy as the OLM across the Rocky Mountains. That's crazy. That's crazy to me. That's crazy that someone thought of this. Someone thought of that. And someone's like, yeah, we could do that. And then they did it. And like, to bring this all back, like the booster catch, somebody at SpaceX was like, yo, let's catch this thing. Let's catch this thing. Frick landing legs. We don't need landing legs. Just catch it. And they manifested that into existence. That's crazy to me. Like, in a good way. That's so cool. Like, and dude, there are millions of things that we deal with every day that are like that. Like, everything has a story. Like, from even a phone. Like, look at this thing. How does this thing exist? That's wild, man. Like, can you believe this? Like, if I want to go to the grocery store and get food, right? I get in my car, drive down the street. I can get tropical and exotic fruits from all over the freaking world at the grocery store. It's down the street. How did all that stuff get there? I know how it got there. It got there from trucks, you know, and those trucks pulled it from a distribution center. The distribution center there got a bulk delivery from another truck that came from a container ship that came from wherever. There's a whole logistical chain set up. And all these technologies all these technologies needed to come into place for this whole system to work and all the pieces to fit together. Because somebody's like, you know, at some point in history, somebody's like, yo, I want to make a container ship. I'm going to engineer a container ship. We're going to invent intermodal containers. Because moving it around in wooden crates that like Raiders of the Lost Ark style, that sucks. That's a waste of time. Let's just make a modular crane or a modular Connex, right? And dude, that drives the world. Our world would be way different if we didn't have an intermodal container, for instance. I see all this stuff and I'm fascinated by it because every single one of those things is somebody saying like, screw that. I'm going to do this. No, there's a better way to do this. Let's do it that way because this way sucks. Let's make a modular Connex. Let's make a modular shipping crate, right? Oh, let's make a container. Let's make a ship that can move around these modular shipping crates. Let's make a trailer for a truck that can move this around. Let's make a dock with a gantry crane that can pull this thing around. You know, I don't think it's wise to take all of that stuff for granted. I really think that's not a good way to do things. I want to know why there's a freaking pineapple at my grocery store in New England, where pineapples are not native. No one's grown a pineapple in this part of the world for thousands of freaking years, right? How did this get here, right? Well, a complex chain of international shipping logistics and engineering and, you know, needed to come together to make that happen. I love that stuff, man. I live and breathe that stuff. Oh, every day. It's so cool. That's why I love this stuff. That's why if I see a crane, I geek out about the crane. You know? Think about all the engineering that had to go into that thing to move it. I mean, the lattice crawler cranes are a big erector set. It's a big mechano set. You could take it apart and ship it on trucks wherever. And those trucks need something to drive on, right? They need a road. Think about road engineering. Like how far that's advanced since 2,000 years ago, since the Roman times. I mean, it's not that far off, which is crazy, right? All this stuff has to come together. And it all culminates with the space program. The space program is the culmination of all these technologies put together. And I think that's why I like it so much. It's everything. It's us at our best. And, oh, man, is it cool. Oh, it makes me so happy. That's so damn cool, dude. Nah, I get upset. I get emotional about it. I get upset. That's so cool. Oh. Like, you know, that's why, like, you know, if we're watching Starbase Live, I see a concrete truck go in. Like, you know, concrete truck goes in. Oh, they're pouring concrete. That's amazing. Reinforced concrete. Without reinforced concrete, Starbase couldn't exist. It would sink into the swamp. You know, it would sink into, well, it's not a swamp. It's a tidal marsh. The estuary, right? It's fascinating stuff, man. Yeah, Florida would too. That's right, Cirrus, right? Yeah. It's good stuff, dude. Yeah, screw liberal arts or whatnot. Engineering is way cooler. Yeah, no good. I'm saying that with a liberal arts degree. I kind of did a 180 from that one after I graduated, though, don't you think? They said it was daft to build a castle in a swamp, but I did it anyway. Yeah, it's cool, man. I love learning how to do this stuff. I love learning how it works. I like seeing it all come together. That is so damn cool. It makes me so ridiculously happy. I'm getting emotional about it, man. You can see assembling here. Oh yeah, these are some pictures from Greg Scott. Thanks, Derek. Heck yeah, man. Yeah, dude. Look at, they're using cranes to build the big crane. There's a Lever 11, and these photos are from Greg Scott. These are great pictures. Look, you see this big thing? That's not even the 13,000. You see, so there's a Lever 11,000 there. Look at the treads for the 13. They're like twice the size of the 11. That thing is freaking massive. Look at the house and the pin for the crane are sitting on the ground right there. Dude, it is freaking huge. That crane is a monster. That's what I'm talking about, man. Think about what it took to make that stupid thing. The foundry that you would need to cast those damn parts and forge all the pieces that you need to make that. That's 200 years of technological progress being distilled into a big hunk of metal. That's badass, man. It is badass. It's so cool. Oh, it's so freaking cool, dude. Anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed the Flight 11 launch and Kuiper, the Kuiper launch. We didn't really cover the Kuiper launch. It was just kind of on in the background, but hey, whatever. It's okay. How do you think you got in the trunk? There you go, man. There you go. Stop waxing poetic. All right. I'm done. I love that picture of Argon. That's amazing. Are little cranes supposed to come from big cranes, not the other way around? Well, cranes are of a different genus than human sapiens. Oh, no, Brand, you guys don't need to. Buffalo lost again. The Falcons beat Buffalo? No. Guys, stop it. You have Josh Allen. Stop sucking. This is ridiculous. And I'm saying that as a Patriots fan. Stop it. Stop doing that. Yeah, Perry, no problem. The Patriots broke the bill. I kind of feel bad. I kind of feel bad. I'm sorry. Jeez. Bran, hold on. Give me one moment. Here. You want to see Liber 11,000 part or Liber 13,000 parts up close? I got you. How's that? That close enough for you? How does concrete not sink into the ground if it's got a bunch of weight on all of it? And I'm guessing for the same reason boats float. No. It's point load, Jackal. That's what it's called. It's called point load. So if you have a big concrete... Okay, Jackal, in high school, did you ever do the science experiment where you have the bed of nails and your teacher sits down on a bed of nails? Like there's a bunch of nails that are sticking straight up on a huge, it's like nailed through a piece of plywood, and you lie down on it. What happens? Did you ever have that experiment? Did you ever do that experiment in high school science class? I saw that at a museum before you were out of kindergarten. You could have just said yes, but instead you had to be a dick about it. That's fine. So you've seen that. So what that is spreading the load. Okay. So if you have something that has the surface area that, you know, let's say you have a surface area, I don't know, let's say 20 square feet surface area, right? And you have a ton on top of that 20 square feet of surface area. Actually, let's make it easy. Let's say 10 square feet, right? You have a ton on that. That's, what is it? 100 PSI per square foot? I don't know. It's late. I can't do the measurements right now, but you get the idea, right? Long story short, that will sink right down, right? But if you have that attached to a concrete block, and the concrete block is, you know, let's say it's an acre, all right? I'm just going to use all the different measurement systems here. That 1 ton gets dispersed through a much bigger surface area and it doesn't sink. In the same way that if you step on a nail, don't do this, it's going through your foot. But if there's a bunch of nails all sticking up, you can walk on it because the load is dispersed through each nail. Do not step on nails. Don't do that. As illustrated in the documentary Home Alone. That's right. Yeah. BRB, stepping on nails. Yep. Yeah, Trick Jumper, it's fine. My wife thinks I'm a nut bar if I stop it and look at a construction site. It's totally cool. I don't care. Dude, look at this piece. Look at this damn thing. Look at how thick that metal is, man. How the frick did you make this? What the fricking foundry did you do to make this damn thing? Look at it. It's freaking beautiful. Look at this. Look at the size of that damn slot. It's freaking huge. And then somebody had, you know, I know how they made it. They cut out sheet metal, right? So they had rolled steel, well, actually not rolled steel, it's probably plate steel. And they cut it out on a CNC machine, right? And then they had a jig to put this thing together and they had to weld it. You can tell because there's welding seam lines on different parts of this thing. But still, that's bananas, dude, that we figured out a way to fuse freaking metal together. Who the hell thinks, who the heck thought of that? Yeah, I'm going to arc electricity. And I'm going to arc electricity between metal and get them to meld each other. You got to be kidding me. And dude, I have one of these in my damn garage. I can meld metal together. That's really cool. It's oh man. Like I said, it could just be me being easily amused. But dang, dude, stuff like this. Look at what we can do. Look at what we can do. Look at that. That's pretty cool. Look at what we can do. That's badass, man. Look at it compared to the freaking truck. Or, well, it's an SUV, but still, look at it. Dude, the Ford Explorer, that's not a small vehicle. This thing makes it look like a freaking Ford Focus. It looks like a compact car. I saw it, Nova, yeah. Yeah, all the hydraulic lines, dude. Yep. Hydraulic lines, electrical lines. Dude, just, it's so cool, man. No, Jackal. I just chose to be a jerk. No, I was just busting your balls. Don't worry about it, man. It's all good, dude. Everything's fine. We saw Starship launch today. Isn't that cool? Damn, that's cool. Oh, I love it. I'm gonna go build something. I'm gonna wanna go meld metal together. And, you know, like make drainage culverts and stuff. It's freaking 10:30. Oh balls! It's 10:30, guys. I want to play Battlefield, but if we play Battlefield now, I'm not going to sleep. I have to sleep. It's been a long day. What we're going to do? What day is it? Is it Monday? What we'll do tomorrow is we'll do KSP, Space News, and Battlefield. Okie dokie. We also have Electron at noon. Oh, Owl New World, 12:30. Oh, I'm in, dude. I'll be here. You're gonna sleep too hyped from the hover. Plank, it was freaking sick, dude. It's freaking sick. I love this stuff, man. But yeah, that was kind of an overall explanation of what I'm all about, dude. I love technology. I love how stuff comes together. I love seeing, like, every single one of those. Every single thing that's on Starship, down to the stainless steel, making stainless steel, like rolling it and making it and figuring out how to do that, figuring out the right alloy to make steel that doesn't rust, right? All that had to come together. And all of that was the result of somebody being like, you know what? This way sucks. I'm going to figure out a better way to do this, And a lot of it is, don't get me wrong, a lot of it is for, like, financial gain. But, a lot of it was because I freaking want to. I want to freaking make a better steel. Steel's better. Dude, even stainless steel in itself, that's a huge innovation, man. Food grade stainless. You know how big of a deal it is to make, bowls that in restaurants that don't rust? That's kind of important for, sanitary things. Big deal. How do you think all the food that's in all the packages that you eat, how do you think that was prepared? It was probably prepared on some type of assembly line that had stainless steel. Had to have stainless steel. You don't want to use regular steel because it'll rust. I like eating my iron oxide flakes. Thank you. Yeah, right. All right. Anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed it. I had fun. I'll see you guys tomorrow for Kerbal, Space News, and Battlefield. Should be a good time. Thank you very much for watching, everybody. I hope you enjoyed the coverage, and I will see you tomorrow. Have a good night, okay? Go get some sleep. That's what I'm doing. Good night, and thank you.